the Consulate General of Denmark, Mrs. Jet Bedrom, speaking to us about the peculiarity of Denmark and how climate change is impacting people with poverty and water scarcity, and what needs to be done to ensure that SDG 2, Zero Hunger, and SDG 6 are implemented. And she also gave us an information that there are over 300 Danish companies that are involved in water-related businesses in the country, and that the country is ready to partner with Lagos State by virtue of some of the resolutions that will come from this conference. After that, we had the Consul General of the Kingdom of Netherlands, Mr. Michael Dillin, who elucidated the similarity between the Netherlands and Lagos, being situated in low-lying areas, hence prone to flooding and all kinds of water-related disasters. He pointed out that the Danish government had the Institute of Water Education in the University of Delft, which has contributed immensely in training water sector professionals in Nigeria, whether private and public sector. He also expressed willingness to partner with Lagos State in exchanging ideas and investments into how to solve some of the problems of flooding, treatment of water, as well as wastewater management. After that, we had the goodwill message from the Mission Director of USAID, Ms. Melissa Jones, who underscored the power of partnership to bring about progress. And she pointed out that leadership is key in ensuring our hope of meeting the SDG 6. And she continued to emphasize that USAID will continue to support WASH programs in Lagos State. After that, we are honored to have the Honorable Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Engineer Professor Joseph Ose, FNSCF Niwe, who pointed out that water supply and sanitation has been a challenge all around the country, and identified a number of steps, policy, documents that have been developed, as well as programs that have been put in place to solve these challenges. He thereafter mentioned the fact that finance is a critical issue, and we'll be happy to have the resolutions of this conference in order to guide discussion and planning as to how to intervene perfectly towards achieving the SDGs. After that, we had the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, who yesterday fortunately happened to be his birthday. He was highly elated and surprised with the surprise birthday greetings that we did for him. The governor challenged us and challenged all the instruments of governance in the state that the time for rhetorics with respect to water supply and sanitation in Lagos State is over, and that actionable ideas should come from this conference. He particularly emphasized the need for partnership as the way to go, because that is what will ensure concrete results and commitment. Thereafter, we had the head of service, Mr. Aguru, giving the vote of thanks. And he also emphasized the stride of Lagos State in meeting the SDGs. He also mentioned the issue of sanitation being a problem and the effort the government is making to, solve these lingering issues. Thereafter, we rolled into keynote presentations, different sessions. Now, in the first keynote, we had Mr. Virgilio Rivera, who presented a paper on transforming water and sanitation services in megacity, a deep dive into Metro Manila's experience, insights, hurdles, and prospects. He gave us the peculiarity of Manila as a city, as well as the comparison with Lagos, being a mega city also, and how they were able to use the tool of leadership, good governance, and effective financial deployment to tackle the problem, which brought about great improvement in the water and sanitation situation. We also had a second paper by Mr. Leslie Blinker, who presented a paper on private sector investment in water supply and sanitation in Lagos. He also emphasized leadership. It keeps coming up, as well as good governance, and identified a number of investment opportunities that can be deployed, to tackle this problem. Thereafter, we went into panel discussions with a paper presented by Mr. Frederick Labi, the CEO of Kenya Innovative Finance Facility for Water. He spoke on a paper titled Successful Innovation Financing Model in the Kenyan Context, and this paper was followed immediately with a panel discussion anchored by Professor James Akamu, and we had in attendance Mr. Tokumbo Wahab, the Honorable Commissioner of Environment and Water Resources, Lagos State. We also had Otumba Bimbo Ashiru, Chairman, Odua Group, Mr. Ola Oresonya, Honorable Commissioner for Environment, Ogun State, and Mr. Olaolu Olabinton, Honorable Commissioner for Budget and Planning, Ogun State. Some of the key highlights of the discussion is the fact that public funding and mobilization of funds still remained a critical issue of focus, and the difficulties that the government is facing to provide firm guarantees, particularly in situations where we have the PPP arrangement, that is public-private partnership. Apart from this, we had more discussion on the problems. Point of note is the need to have the baseline data to work with and in the appropriate legal framework that will make good governance and policy implementation to be possible. The panel discussion also emphasized collaborations between the states that have shared water resources so that more resources can be mobilized, particularly financial and budgetary provisions can be put together to jointly develop the water that supplies all the states that are involved. The second presentation in that session is unlocking effective resources planning and management in WASH and the vital regulatory role in establishing financing framework, which was presented by Dr. Julius Itunga. This was followed by a panel discussion anchored by Dr. Jube Godep and had in attendance Engineer Oshalade Ayodele, the General Manager, Ekiti State Water and Sanitation Regulatory Agency. We also have Ivan Draganik of Stockholm International Water Institute, Mr. Oladele Salami, a principal partner with Headstone and Partners, and Mr. Kabiru Abbas, a WASH consultant. Part of the points of note is that WASH financing leverages on both public and private sources of finance. And then they also emphasize the need to strengthen governance so that there will be clarity in mandate, particularly by the water sector utilities and the regulators alike, and then the need for us to have adequate monitoring in place, particularly well-articulated key performance indicators in the sector. The session also highlighted some of the ways that resources can be mobilized. We had the 3T and C, tariff, transfer, tax, and cost, as well as operational efficiency, reduction in leakages, non-accountable water, particularly for the sector utilities, as well as establishing coordination committees, particularly at the community level. The involvement of the community was particularly highlighted in order to safeguard infrastructures. These and a host of others were discussed. We then broke out into roundtable discussion session where about 12 topics were discussed, and we even had problem of space in which the sessions were very, very, very articulative and very interesting to participants. The discussion ranged from the public-private partnership and effective models of private sector engagement in WASH to citywide inclusive sanitations. The participants were given ample opportunity to air their views, and then these were all captured. I'm sure they will take prominent place in the communique. Having said this, we also went again into parallel breakout session where we have 3 sessions. One on enhancing water and sanitation access through performance-based contracts, the global perspective, and insights. It's also had a panel discussion where so many important points were articulated. And then we equally had the first session was taken by Professor Rui Kuganham Max. We had Dr. Kamal Karl talking on investment strategy for achieving universal WASH coverage, a pathway to sustainable development. He actually emphasized the need to begin to make money from fecal waste. And the panel agreed that fecal waste is actually liquid gold that can spin heavy incomes for Lagos State. The third session was taken by Mr. John Garrett, and it was on sustainable financing for water and sanitation in subnationals. And it was also followed by panel discussions. Thereafter, we went for our lunch. And after the lunch, we had an excellent dinner. I'm sure for some of us that were able to come for the dinner, it was really a memorable event. At the dinner, we're honored to have the Honorable Minister of Water Resources joining us again. And he is also joining us this morning again. Can we put a round of applause for the Honorable Minister? I personally have not seen the commitment like this at the highest level. Let's give him one more round of applause, please. What that implies that the federal government is with us in all this discussion, and is still very much around with us in the conference. During the dinner, we had award presentations for outstanding personalities that have made mark in the WASH sector. And so, with this very short recap, we closed the day. I hope I didn't take too much of your time. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for the MC as he come forward. Not me, the MC. He has been working tirelessly since yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Engineer Dr. Adeyinka Shubowale. Thank you very much, Dr. Adeyinka Shubowale, for that brief recap of what happened yesterday. You didn't bore us. The only thing you didn't tell us is during lunch, how many people ate, and what exactly did they took yesterday, and then an audit of everything that we took during the dinner. But don't worry, those who took it, their body will tell them whether it is for good or they will drop it at the hotel before they go home. So thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me also remind us that all this that we are doing here today, since yesterday, is also being spearheaded by our very energetic, very suave, smart, and an Amazon, a woman of timber and caliber, someone who works all day and night to ensure that all T's and all I's are dotted. That is talking about Mrs. Funke Adepoju, the Executive Secretary, Lagos State Water Regulatory Commission. Please help me put your hands together for her. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And in that same vein, I also like to recognize the representative of the Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister was with us yesterday, but he didn't just left us like that. He made sure that the federal presence is still here, and that is talking about the Director of Water Supply, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Dr. N. Madu. Thank you very much for holding forth for the Honorable Commissioner. I also like to recognize some of our retired generals who are still in active element, doing so many things for themselves and for the state and for Nigeria. Mrs. Belinda Odene, former Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment, thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. And of course, our dear chairman, a retired Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Oluwatoyin Adegbuji Onikoyi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I also recognize one man here yesterday that his name kept on mentioning his name, and the man on the spot, that is the Managing Director, Lagos Water Corporation, Engineer Mukhtar Tijani. Thank you so much for still being there. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will take presentations. Okay, we also have here the Honorable Commissioner on those State Water Resources, Mr. Sunday Akinwalire. Mr. Sunday Akinwalire, thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you very much. Please let people see you. Let people see you. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Commissioner on those State Water Resources. And then we just had in our midst again the man in charge of environment and water resources, who has been doing wonderfully well all across the state since this second term. That is talking about Barrister Tokunbo Wahab, the Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources in Lagos State. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so much. Now we want to take presentations, and then this presentation is about utilities and regulators dialogue. We'll take the question and answer later. The presentation will be by Ivan Draganik from Stockholm International Water Institute, Sweden. The chairman of this session is definitely the Honorable Minister for Water Resources and Sanitation, Engineer Professor Telum Usef, who is being represented by Dr. Madu. Then we'll take the dialogue after the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Ivan
Good morning to
Draganik.
everyone. hope you had a
Ivan
restful
Duganish
night.
is a dedicated wash professional with over 10 years of experience providing technical advisory services on wash regulation, programs, governance, and policy within the United Nations and the Stockholm International Water Institute. With a Master's of Laws in the European Union law and a strong background in competition practice, Ivan has worked with government worldwide to address the water and sanitation hygiene regulatory challenges and develop innovative solutions. As the author of several wash regulation publications and manuals, Ivan possesses a deep understanding of regulatory frameworks and economic functions. His work includes developing guidelines, analyzing socioeconomic impacts, and addressing issues such as natural disasters and climate change. Ivan's expertise in wash regulatory practice extends to several dozens of countries across the globe. With a focus on effective project management and a commitment to achieving organizational goals, Ivan has teams and has worked independently, ensuring timely delivery of strategic priorities even in challenging settings. His strong analytical skills, ability to conceptualize new approaches makes him a valuable asset in addressing wash regulatory challenges all over the world.
Well, better don't mess with me, right? Sorry, I didn't know that they're going to read this. But I should have, wait somewhere and then come on the light after. Good morning to everyone. I hope you had a restful night. I will take you through just few slides. I want to present you a tool we developed at the Stockholm International Water Institute, which could be very interesting to some of you or all of you, as it is a diagnostic tool on regulatory skills. You can put next slide, please. Just a few words that Stockholm International Water Institute, widely known for its World Water Week, which probably most of you attended at some point. It is an institute which is based in Stockholm, founded in 1991, with a mission to create more sustainable. Yes, sure.
I'm so sorry, we need to make this an announcement. For public data optimization for improved sanitation services, which is the next after this, you are expected, for those who are interested in that, are expected to move to upper hall right now. Upper hall, so that it's run concurrently with this.
So you're stealing my audience? That's not possible, I mean. Okay. Okay, let us maybe take 1 minute just for those. Okay, I'm not losing too many of them. So, widely known for the World Water Week, it has been founded in 1991. Please go to the previous one, please, slide. We are basically bridging the science, policy, and practice, trying to build more sustainable water and sanitation world. In principle, the Institute is working on the World Water Week, obviously, but then it has a program part which is collaborating with several partners, including UNICEF primarily, whereas we developed a program called Accountability for Sustainability, and it is under the framework of that program that we are developing a range of knowledge management products related to different governance topics, including the regulation. Next slide, please. So the wash regulation approach is something that came to us 5-6 years ago. We were doing a lot of work on governance building blocks that you must be familiar, by sanitation, water for all, including coordination, monitoring and evaluation, and so on. So we, around 10 years ago, developed accountability, mapping, which allowed us to basically diagnose what are the accountability links between different sector stakeholders. But then as a step forward, we realized that an elephant in the room, obviously, is a regulation, which usually does not exist in many developing contexts. And once again, as I said yesterday, regulation is a relatively new role, even in European countries which are possessing probably the oldest regulator authorities. These are maybe established, I don't know, in 80s, 90s, not older than that. So I often say that in many developing settings that people should not feel overwhelmed by the fact that they don't know about regulation, first of all, you know, because when you say regulation, what do the regulators are doing and so on, you often see in people confusion, they're intimidated in a way. So this is precisely why we developed WASH-REG, to address that issue, to actually simplify regulatory framework for anyone, and that means for even those who are practicing regulation, such as Lagos Regulatory Authority, or for those who are starting from the scratch. So to that end, the tool is at first diagnostic, allowing to, you know, assess what are the needs in your particular context. Then once it is taken, it allows you to have a set of practical actions that you can apply almost instantly. And this is one of the biggest added value of the tool, that these actions are actually pre-defined, pre-made for you. And then finally, obviously it can be applied by governments, national and sub-national institutions, and so on, potential and existing regulators. We know that in many cases, regulatory function is performed by certain divisions of the ministries, for example, not necessarily regulators per se. So the tool is really adapted to be applied. Oh, I'm losing more audience. I see that I'm not performing well. The tool is really proposed to be applied by even those who are starting from the scratch or those who are running day-to-day regulatory work. It has, next slide please, it has three manuals. One is explaining the concept of regulation, where, you know, the basics are dismantled in a reader-friendly manner. Then it gives you an approach, methodology, allowing you to sequence your application of the tool depending of your particular need. And then it has a manual with action cards that I'm coming later on. In the next slide, you will see that what I was just saying, that there are obviously several scenarios whereas the tool can be applied. One being, you know, there is no regulatory body, there is no regulatory function, which is rare, but still quite possible. We also think that, you know, in cases like, for example, Liberia, where there was a regulatory commission established, but only on the paper, one could also consider that scenario. Then existing regulatory body eager to improve, which is in most of the cases the case, that you have a body, but you are missing some capacities that could be shifted. Then scenario 3 is that existing entities are conducting regulatory function without a clear mandate, also very often, where you have also duplication of mandates between several national institutions, being ministries or being called agencies, whereas, you know, they are basically stealing each other mandate. Then the tool can help clarify the roles and responsibilities and perhaps also suggest some legal reforms in governance. And then another, of course, link to it is sector fragmentation, whereas you have two regulatory, even three, working in parallel in urban, rural, or national, sub-national level. So the tool is obviously very flexible because it is possible in all of these scenarios to apply it. On the next slide, you will see that what I was saying earlier, the added value of the tool is that we realize that when we talk to national stakeholders or local level stakeholders, and when we are talking about different regulatory functions, such as for tarification, for example, or consumer charts, or monitoring, chasing information, everything that an established regulatory agency should be doing and is doing on a daily basis, people are overwhelmed because, they know that, okay, tarification is setting the tariff, but how to do it, it's a rocket science. So we try to dismantle each of these actions, and they're not that many actually. They're for each of the regulatory power, such as consumer protection, service quality, competition, and tarification, economic for powers, there are approximately 10 to 15 main action cards. Of course, we went even further. We did it for environmental and public health regulation, which is usually not under the mandate of the water and sanitation regulator, but just to expand it. So each of these actions, we tried to break into an action card. It's an A4 action card, which means that you don't know what is tarification, for example, then you pick that action card, and it gives you, for example, here it's not tarification, as an example is establish penalty system for infringing contractual provisions regarding consumer protection. So how to enforce the performance in a contract that you have. And then it gives you some ideas how much capacity, financial and human, you need to conduct that action. Then it gives you description, what the action is actually about. It gives you a little bit analysis, what it implies in terms of your, engagement of your staff if you're a regulator, right? And then it gives you outcomes. It says, well, if you do this enforcement, then of course that your consumers will be protected in a way they will feel that if there is, for example, unannounced interruption of the service, and they are not, they were not informed, and this is persistent and so on, they have some right to compensation, for example. So it gives you some outcomes as a regulatory authority, how to, what is your benefit if you apply that particular action. And most importantly, then it gives you examples in different regulatory jurisdictions. Here, I think it's example from Zambia with links. So that means that if you just flip through the manual, it's so reader friendly because it just pulls you in because it invites you to actually think practically of certain things that, as I said earlier, to many sounded like a rocket science, like, oof, what is it about? And then on next slide, you will see that as I said, there are many of these actions, approximately 10 to 15 for each of the regulatory power, following the regulatory annual cycle, which is, on the next slide, the for each of the regulatory power, which is, first you need to define, on the tariffs you need to define the price, on the service quality to define what are the benchmark indicators, for example. On the competition you need to run procurement procedure for truck providers of water, for example, in remote areas. So for each of these regulatory powers, there is obviously as a first step in an annual regulatory cycle, a definition of the rule. Then the second actions are taking you through searching the information and monitoring, monitoring the compliance of with the regulatory rules, and then finally enforcement. So therefore the cards are pretty much divided, I think 30% for each of these function, allowing you to really pick what is important for you as a regulatory agency. You may say, well, you know, tariffs for us are not an issue. We do have strong monitoring framework, but, you know, enforcement, we can use some help. So let's pick those actions just, you know, from that part of the cycle. And how that work actually in practice when we apply this tool in any given setting. On the next slide, you will see that first step is to basically score criteria. Obviously, the tool, as I just presented, is in manuals, in books, and then also online. But we prefer to facilitate it in a traditional way with paper, post-its, flip charts, so that participants, regulatory staff can have something tangible, you know, to really feel that they're going through. The courses, trainings, usually 3 to 10 days, depending how big scope you want to take into consideration. I would say 3-4 days is for really punctual, surgical analysis, and then more than that would be to cover the entire regulatory powers and function. What we do at first, as a first step, is to score criteria and prioritize those for further actions. That means that a set of criteria that is reflecting different actions, regulatory actions, will be scored by the participants, and then those scored red, obviously, are the indicators that capacity is needed. In the step 2, to discuss challenges, and in a way discussed by analyzing action cards how these challenges could be further enhanced, and then finally prioritize and develop the action plan. That action plan is in a way more detailed or more adjusted to particular context set of the action cards that participants selected from the manual, and saying, okay, we need those 7 actions to improve. So we will analyze them, we go through different samples, but then in our particular context, it may not work what is, for example, in Zambia or in Portugal. So through the traditional way of facilitation, we are ensuring that tool is adapted and adjusted, and its actions proposed as a trigger further developed in the action plan in a particular context. So on the next slide, you will see that we did it already in several countries, being Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, Iraq, Liberia, with quite a different setting, right? Iraq being an emergency setting, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia having more or less relatively established regulatory functions with a need to really improve it. But then in Liberia, it was very interesting because there was a commission that existed on the paper, but basically never practiced regulation. And there, interestingly, we did a training with USAID on complete, regulatory cycle with all 4 economic functions, even touched upon the environment and public health. And over 2 weeks, with about 20 regulatory staff, we managed to, they managed to develop about 13, 14 regulatory documents, regulatory tools. For example, they didn't have consumer chart. And by going through the training, by analyzing one of the actions, showing them how consumer chart is created in XYZ example, they actually went to the link, they checked, they a little bit copy paste, and then at the end they said, well, it's not a rocket science. I mean, we can also do it. We just change a little bit, adjust it to our context, and so on. True, not all actions could be so easily replicated, but it is already good example how they build confidence, and at the end of the day, they had 13, 14 tools. For example, monitoring protocols. It's something that is not rocket science that they managed to pretty much replicate. But then, of course, on the fee structure, on tarification, we help them by supporting the development of the document, discussing, you know, how much and so on. So that's in a nutshell about WASH Reg or WASH Regulation Diagnostic Tool that we are, as Stockholm International Water Institute, proposing to a large number of countries, primarily through the UNICEF country offices, because UNICEF lately is very keen on addressing some of the governance issues such as regulation. And of course, Liberia was not through UNICEF, it was through USAID or other partners. We are open to collaboration with any other partners who are interested, including Lagos Regulatory Authority. We discussed it also with the UNICEF colleagues here, how and what are the areas that the regulators could be supported. It's important to understand, yesterday I'm sorry that I was participating in a panel whereas we got short of second and third round of questions because I wanted to say that we heard many things yesterday, but maybe I missed. We didn't, for example, hear that 5 years ago there was a national action plan outlined by the ministry, national ministry, and then 2 years ago there was a system-wide sector sustainability check conducted by UNICEF. Both assessments are clearly outlining that the most necessary needs in this country are capacity building and governance. Of course, infrastructure being and financing as well. But it's very interesting indication that governance comes first, capacity building. So when it comes to, all this discussion, what has to be financed and how the modality of financing should be in this kind, what international community should be doing in order to enhance, I think that one cannot overstate the importance of capacity. Capacity. It's so to that end, we strongly believe that any huge infrastructure investments or any great desire to have PPPs is great, but you cannot have, yesterday we heard that 3 Ps cannot happen without 4 years of preparation. What does that preparation entail? It entails creating enabling environment. To create enabling environment, you need capacity. You cannot create it by, it doesn't fall from the sky. You need local capacity on regulatory agency, on ministerial institutions and so on to basically set the stage for more private sector engagement or any other financing model. It doesn't have to be 3 Ps, it can be microcredits or whatever. But in addition, of course, to a legal framework which may as well require some adjustment, important thing is to bear in mind that capacity is a precondition for everything. So with that note, I thank you for, you can go to the next slide just to see whether okay. Sorry that you didn't see this while I was presenting. So this is Liberia stuff. We did 4 economic areas, and basically, interesting thing, when we did WashReg in Liberia, the regulator realized actually that they are performing a lot of policy functions, which shouldn't be under their mandate, but as it happens in many countries where you have open defecation, hitting 50–60%, or universal coverage barely reaching 30%, you have obviously a regulator who is also not supposed, but who is slipping into policy role because it has to address some issues which are more policy. But one of the outcome of the WashReg and the whole process in Liberia is that they proposed creation of the Ministry for Water and Sanitation, just to show you how eye-opener the tool could be by also helping stakeholders to distinguish the policy roles from regulatory roles and as well utility roles. Utilities who were present there were also flabbergasted by several things that they could not even imagine they can provide to a regulator because they don't have capacity. Many regulatory functions, you know, I don't know, giving them their annual, for example, books, they're just unthinkable in settings which, like Liberia, doesn't have sufficient capacity. So really, capacity building is sine qua non. And the next slide. So see here's the if you can just go back for a second. The list of the action plan that they adopted is there as well. For example, they also came up with a standard operation procedures, suggestion to introduce more operators, to open the sector to also private, and so on. So that's it. I think, sorry if it took a bit longer, maybe not. I thank you very much for your attention, and of course, if any interest in the public, that I lost probably 30%, please let me know. My email is at the end, on the last slide. Yeah, thank you so much. If there are any, do we have time for burning questions? No? Can we take 3 questions if there are any? We're allowed to have 3 if huh? No? No, I didn't ask you for applause. Questions.
I think on the program we have
okay, thank you.
A dialogue, a utilities and regulators dialogue. And then that will be chaired by the representative of the Honorable Minister for Water Resources and Sanitation. And the moderator is going to be Mr. Ikemefula Anuchuaka. Is the moderator around, Mr. Ikemefula? The participants are going to be water boards, honorable commissioners, permanent secretaries, regulatory bodies, NGOs, CSOs, development partners, industry practitioners, governance and policy experts, utilities, academia, and others. But we also have panelists. Those are the participants meant for this session, but we are also going to have panelists. The panelists include the Managing Director, Lagos Water Corporation, Engineer Mukhtar Tijani. Just wait on, we'll call you soon. They will put on some chairs here. And we also have the Executive Chairman, Kaduna State Water Regulatory Commission, Dr. Bashir Dugara. And of course, Mr. Virgilio Rivera, founder, CEO, managing consultant, Watson Analytics. Then we have Mr. Wole Afolabi, Ekiti State Water Board. Then Engineer Ugwanyanwu Celestine. While we're waiting for the setup, let me quickly recognize some of our distinguished guests that just came in. The Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Environment, Engineer Kodu, is here. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much for coming. The Honorable Member, Lagos State House of Assembly, Mr. Abdurrashid Shabi. Thank you very much for coming, sir. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, Dr. Omobola Jikaji. Thank you very much for coming, sir. We also have Commissioner from Ogun State. Thank you very much. Osun State. Thank you very much, sir. The Managing Director, Ogun Osun River Basin Development Authority, Mr. Ashiru. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Also, the Special Advisor to Mr. Governor on Central Internal Audit, Dr. Oyeyemi Ayola. Thank you very much, ma. We appreciate you. Earlier, some stakeholders within the environment and water sector said they have omitted a very important part of the sector. That is the Lagos State Wastewater Management Office. led by Engineer Adefemi Afolabi. Engineer Afolabi, thank you very much. I hope you're still around here. We need 5. Just give us 5 chairs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry for this omission. Honorable Desmond Elliott, a member of the Lagos State House of Assembly, is also here. Please put your hands together for him too. I'm so sorry. You are not used to this. So I think we can have the moderator right now. Once again, let's have the participants. Engineer Mukhtar Tijani, MD Lagos Water Corporation. Please step out, sir. Dr. Bashir Dogara, Executive Chairman, Kaduna State Water Regulatory Commission. Mr. Virgilio Rivera, Founder, CEO, Wasan Analytics. Mr. Wale Afolabi of Ekiti State Water Corporation. One more chair. Ushers, please get us one more chair. Please, let me bring that chair.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and I say a big welcome to our panelists. As your moderator, my role is simple, to facilitate a productive dialogue that would give us a clearer understanding of the synergy that needs to exist between the regulator and the operator. So we have some regulators in the room. We have a regulator from River State. We have the Kaduna regulator. We have Ekiti State, Delta State is here, and then some operators. And we've listened to the excellent presentation on regulation and WashReg. That is about the nuances of implementing regulation. As the presenter said, regulation looks like it's pretty new, so we are still grappling. But before the panelists take their questions, I have some questions that have been agitating my mind, and while I discussed with the ES, we felt it's important that I read out those questions then before we continue with our dialogue. So we're wondering the relationship between the operators and the regulators. You see, recently I was opportune to review about 15 state laws, And in doing that, I found that we have very good framework, legal framework, regulatory framework for the sector. But more often than not, you see the governance issue still, remains. And one would, wonder why we have these legal frameworks, why we have these regulatory frameworks, and we are not able to operationalize them. So how can regulation actually work? We know it's pretty new. A lot of countries are struggling, with regulation, with regulating the water sector. Nigeria is not, the only example. So how can regulation work? How can regulation be a catalyst for enhanced utility performance? There are shining examples where regulation has actually played a role, in catalyzing or triggering the kind of performance we want to see in our utilities. We're also asking, how can regulation create, during the presentation we had about ease of doing business. Now that we want investments in the sector, do we really have that ease of doing business? Or are people, struggling to enter into the market? And how do we create the enabling environment that can actually attract investment capital into the sector? How can regulation also work without undue interference by the political class? LIWAC of last year, we were corrected that is actually political guidance, not political interference. And on the regulatory balance is what we call regulatory hijack. So how do we prevent that? And then how can regulation be truly autonomous? My take is that autonomy is earned, it's not given. So, but how can we be intentional about donating autonomy to our regulatory entities, maybe by instrument of law, as this would help to enhance growth and performance in the sector. And when we talk about autonomy, operational autonomy, financial autonomy, just to be specific. And then how can regulation or the regulator also be seen and accepted as a strategic partner in the water supply value chain? A lot of times there are pushbacks. I've been to a lot of states, and then when we raise this issue of regulation, it looks like a lot of operators don't want regulation, but we can't have good corporate governance without regulation. So we need to have this conversation. How can the operators begin to see the regulator as their biggest partner in progress? The regulator is not police, is not a policeman. The regulator is not a policeman. But a regulator is there to make sure that those issues of, accountability exist, because without which we cannot get any value in the systems. Then how can the operator also forge a seamless and cordial relationship with the regulator? Okay, this one I have taken, and then I think the last one here is how can we strengthen regulation to drive, corporate governance I've also mentioned. So these are some of the nagging issues we have, and the intention is to bring these matters to the front burner. And then because we have the regulators and the operators in the room, we can now discuss as a family, and then our presenter is also here. He was already asking if there were questions, and then if there is any question that anybody has, maybe this might be the time to also take those questions. So we have the representative of the Honorable Minister of Water Resources, and Engineer Mado, you are also supposed to be on stage. Can we get him one chair, please? He's supposed to be with us here. So while we, wait for the representative of the Honorable Minister to, so I hereby invite the representative of the Honorable Minister to come up stage. Please, a round of applause for him. So clearly in our jurisprudence, constitutionally, there's delineation of responsibilities. The federal government has its own role, the states have their own role, and the local government also have their own roles. But decisions and policies at the federal level has, impact on what states are doing. So we wanted to ask or get your thoughts on what the Federal Ministry of Water Resources is doing or can do to enhance regulatory frameworks for water and sanitation in Nigeria. Dr. Madu.
Thank you very much. Just like water resources is provided for in the Constitution, provided in the concurrent sections of the Constitution, so also the regulation of same. Like we said yesterday, for us at the federal level is to set policy guidelines to encourage the states to achieve their full potentials. But areas where we have water resources crossing state boundaries are the areas of domain of the federal government. So we have a National Water Integrated Water Resources Regulatory Commission sitting at the top, advising the minister and also policies and guidelines, and supporting the states also to develop regulations within the state boundaries. For those of us who listened to the Kenyan make his presentations yesterday, we clearly saw the difference between what is obtained in Nigeria and what happens in Kenya. He told us very clearly that regulation in Kenya is central to the federal government. But here, certain portions of the regulations, particularly those that concern waters or water resources that flow across state boundaries, are within the purview of the federal government, while within the state boundaries, the states have all the purview to regulate the same. I would also like to point out, for those who are scholars in the water sector, the effort of the past administration to put through the National Water Resources bill, the law, that didn't yield the expected result at the end. Within that law had provisions that could have further streamlined the governance structure in the water sector in Nigeria. I hope that someday, we will get there. So in summation, yes, at the federal, we are quite mindful of the provisions of the Constitution. We provide guidelines, we provide policies that could enhance regulations, particularly for water that cross boundaries, and we encourage states to try and do their best within their boundaries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that excellent response. The National Water Resources Bill is still in the pipeline. I hope that one day it will scale through the National Assembly and become an act of parliament. Okay, the next question goes to Dr. Dogara. Dr. Dogara is the executive chairman of Kaduna State Water Regulatory Commission. Your question borders on autonomy, and we want to get your thoughts on how, what steps you are taking to ensure, what steps has government taken to ensure the autonomy of Kaduna State's Water Regulatory Commission, and how can these steps be replicated in other states? The first question I think is, are you autonomous?
Okay. Thank you very much. The law establishing the Regulatory Commission made it clear that the Regulatory Commission is autonomous and should be free from political interference. And that was clear to the government at that time. Additionally, it made provisions for the funding of the commission. It gave 3 sources of funding for the commission. The first source of funding is a regulatory surcharge, which the law permits the regulatory commission to fix. That the regulatory surcharge on all the utility bills sent to consumers, a certain percentage is put, should be remitted to the regulatory commission for funding its activities. The second source is the fees it charges for the permits and licenses that it issues out to providers, service providers. And the third source is from the budgetary provisions, but there's a caveat there. The Regulatory Commission will ask for a budgetary provision only if the other 2 sources are not enough for its activity, to run its activities. So the law provides for the Commission to be autonomous. The other provision of the law that ensures its autonomy is that the Commission is not under any particular ministry. It's under the governor directly. So it reports to the governor directly. It's not a parastatal of any ministry. Because in the board of the Commission, the ministry responsible for water resources is not even a member of the board of the Commission. Because the Commission is regulating the ministry itself. Because the utility in Kaduna State is corporatized. So it's not supposed to have a budget line in the budget of the state because it's corporatized. So the subsidy provided by the government for the utility, especially in the capital expenditure, is normally is put under the ministry responsible for water. And it is the one that gives out the contract for capital expenditure and so on and so forth. So it's under the purview of regulation of the Commission. So that's why it's not, the ministry is not even a member of the board of the Commission. So by the provision of the law, the Commission in Kaduna State is relatively autonomous. But the practice is something else. Thank you.
Okay, to our presenter, I have a question for you. We have a situation in Kaduna State where the regulator regulates even the policymaker, which is the ministry. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that as far as institutional arrangement and your experience in regulation around the world. Do you think it's a good idea for a regulator to also regulate the Ministry of Water Resources? So that's what they have in Kaduna State. Can we, send a microphone to him?
Thank you. Well, straight answer is no. Policy should be separated from regulation and vice versa. But as I refer to Liberia example, there, for example, you have the other way around. Well, regulator performing also policy functions because of the lack of capacity or certain circumstances that are in particular context. But it is not, how can I put it? It's not a sin. I mean, it can enhance, it can, improve by building capacity and then by demonstrating the added values of having these 2 roles being separated, decision making, policy role and regulatory role. So the answer is no, and then of course, yes, it has to improve through capacity building, training and so on. Yeah, thanks.
Please, can we have somebody move the mic around? Questions coming from the audience?
Yeah, from Kaduna State, I want to get this clear here. You are a regulator, right? And the ministry formulate the policy, right? But you, as a regulator, you regulate everything that needs to do with water, right? If the ministry is also, which the, I think the water resources is under the Ministry of Environment, right? You can regulate that, which I don't think there's any sin in that by you regulating that. It doesn't have any, you are a regulator to ensure you have a cleaner water for the citizens. Yeah, you are right to regulate. That's my own perception about it. You are right to regulate them.
I want to make it clear. The presenter, I think, didn't get the question from the moderator correctly. He's thinking that, of course, it's standard that you separate policy from regulation. That's what we have in Kaduna State. The only portion that we regulate the ministry for is when they give out contract to a private sector to provide goods and services that are wash related. That's how we come in. If they don't do that, we don't regulate the ministry. That's just it. It's not that we are combining the function of regulation and policy making. It's not like that. It's only the aspect of the contract they give out for provision of goods and services in wash sector. That's the only thing we regulate. Thank you very much.
I think it's clearer now. Okay, so we move to the MD of Lagos Water Corporation. And the question to you is this. How can the LWC collaborate more effectively with LASWACO to improve service delivery and operational efficiency? How can you collaborate with LASWACO? Are you collaborating with LASWACO at the moment? So please tell us.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So how are we collaborating with LASWACO? I think
Yes.
is the question. So in service provision, I think everyone should have the back of their mind the most important aspect of the entire service provision, which is the customer. So once you have the customer in mind, it should be quite seamless understanding that we're all working to deliver the same result. So the regulator, the service provider, having in the back of their mind that customer satisfaction is what is paramount. You should know easily that you are working in partnership with the regulator and not in isolation. So the roles of the regulator are clearly stated. As service providers also, we know our role. But I think the number one thing we should do more of, which we do, is collaboration. All the way from inception of projects, all the way to completion, implementation, dispute resolution, we should collaborate at every step with the regulator, which we do. What that does is it allows everyone drive towards the same goal, and everything is agreed upon before any controversies arise. So in addition to that, capacity building is critical, because the regulator in Lagos, I think, was established much later than the utility. So there used to be some kind of self-regulation that used to be exhibited by the Water Corporation, which now we're happy to have a separate regulator do that aspect of it so we can focus on our own service provision. So data sharing is another thing we do and we should do more of. If you're collaborating at every step, the regulator should also have very clearly KPIs they expect from the utilities. You shouldn't have to guess. The goalpost should be clearly set so you know whenever you are expecting a penalty or an incentive. So that's another aspect where I think we can even do better on, having clearly defined what your KPIs are, if they're weekly, monthly, or annual, So this kind of dovetails into every role of the regulator, particularly what was shown by the presenter, Evan, tariff setting, service quality. So if we're collaborating, working together, and we have clear KPIs, we'll be able to achieve these things much easier. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then we turn to Engineer Ugoanyanwu, the former Managing Director of Imo State Water Corporation. And just to lay a small foundation before your question comes, Experience has shown that most of the time there appears to be some kind of a cold war, between utilities and regulators. Yeah, I say cold war because it may not be obvious, but it's there. In our local parlance, they say, if you know, you know. So that's why I want to come to you now to ask you what strategies, having been in the system, having run a utility, what strategies do you think can be implemented to ensure that utilities see regulators as partners rather than adversaries in achieving sector goals?
Thank you very much. I think the first strategy is clear definition of roles and mandates of the utility and the regulator. Like the presenter said, the keynote speaker, regulation is relatively new. And once an activity is new, it takes time for it to sink in, particularly water corporations over the years have been self-regulating. So it is very, very important that the mandate and the roles of the regulator is clearly stated in the law. And there should be advocacy, because the regulator is very, very key to achievement of the service provision effectively by the operator. And once the operator understands that the work of the regulator is to support the achievement of those goals set out for the service provider, so it is very, very important that the roles, the mandates of the utility and that of the regulator is clear and unambiguous ab initio, and this role has to be continuously updated and made to be part of the operations of both agencies. Because collaborating, the utility and regulator collaborating is what will attract investment, and it was build the confidence of even the consumers that are the key person that everybody is trying to serve. Therefore, the regulator must know their limits. The utility must also know what the regulator expects from the utility. Because when the utilities are doing what they are supposed to do and having proper documentation, because the regulator is after documentation, every activity of the utility must be documented so that the regulator can see that you are actually doing those things that you are being regulated on, and that once you are doing it, the relationship will be seamless, because it is a symbiotic relationship. It's a relationship that even helps the utility more, because it is the regulator that will help the utility build capacity. Because the advent of regulation has also thrown up some key competencies that the utilities need, so that they can carry out proper data documentation, data analysis, and reporting, so that once you're satisfying the KPIs that the regulator is looking for, there'll be no problem. That's just the key. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that excellent response. The next question is to Rivera. Yeah, I'll lay a small foundation before I ask you that question. Just like I said, recently I was looking at some state laws, about 15 of them. And I was also looking at the regulatory frameworks. A lot of similarities, a lot more like, some copy and paste from one state to another. But the question is, the regulatory frameworks that we have, maybe you are not privy to some of those laws, so, but I just need you to advise or make your comments based on your experience. What kind of framework would you recommend, or best practice would you recommend, for, the sector here to be adopted for regulation? Because why I'm saying this is, most of the regulatory frameworks, you see that the regulator is actually set up to do a number of things, economic regulation, environmental regulation, technical regulation, and things like that. Given that regulation is still evolving, we are still emerging, what do you think should be the best approach to regulation in Nigeria?
Thank you. Good morning again. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on that specific question or topic. But let me give you a very brief context of of Metro Manila when the Philippine government decided to reform the delivery of water services in Metro Manila in 1995. The then president wanted to create an independent regulator to oversee the operator. But he realized the political economy may take him years or even decades to address it. So therefore, he took a very practical step of creating a concession agreement where it is anchored on regulation by contract, because we didn't have a comprehensive set of policies and regulation nearly 30 years ago. So he and his team were very smart, in my view, hindsight, to just embed in the contract all the rules, practical rules for the government to monitor the performance of the concessionaire. If you ask me, is that consistent with the literature? No, but it was a practical step. The literature says independent policy making will be separate from asset ownership and regulation and operation. That's the literature. But then, at that time, the president had to take a practical view how to ensure that the concessionaires will be able to implement the concession agreement and its objectives. That's the first, regulation by contract. Then government, who used to operate the system, became the manager or regulator of the concessionaires. They put up the contract, created a regulatory office to manage the contract and implement it over time. So I was there. My initial role was the chief regulatory officer for the concession company before I became a chief operating officer 15 years ago. So I had two hats. I am the direct interface with the regulatory office, okay? And the model that was adopted was similar to OFWAT, or the Office of Water Services in UK. Essentially, every 5 years, we need to develop a business service improvement plan, an expenditure plan consistent with what was stated in the contract, and ensure that we will execute it. Please note, the regulator will only approve our tariff rates only if he has already audited that our expenditures are prudent and efficient. There are 21 KPIs. My experience, and I handled 5 price reviews in 25 years, very important for the regulatory office is first, capture, as the Honorable mentioned, you need to capture a lot of information so that you know how the true economics of the concessionaire. As economists will say, there is information asymmetry or imbalance between government and the concessionaire. The concessionaires generate that information. The regulator will have ways and procedures to capture or get that information. That's very, very important. Number 2, the regulatory office must be transparent in making regulatory decisions. Okay? It is very important at the initial stages where important decisions like tariffs and goals are set, that the regulatory office will make good decisions, because credibility of the regulatory office, once it is established, it accumulates over time. Okay? it was mentioned earlier, how do you ensure independence? To be honest, I don't think there is an independence. In our environment, at the end of the day, the regulatory office will have to interact with political institutions and political leaders. Their role is to ensure that the whole economy and the Philippines will proceed and attain their social objectives. The trick there is the regulatory office must also be politically savvy, because it is incumbent on the regulatory office to convince the president that raising rates 1,000% over 25 years, that has been the track record, went through. What was the result? The two concessionaires invested nearly $5 billion over 25 years. I hope that, I think in a nutshell, my guidance is that you have really excellent frameworks already, but very, very important to take initial practical steps moving forward, because that initial steps must establish credibility of the regulator in the process. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for him. Excellent response there. And we take the last question here for Mr. Afolabi. He's a finance person. And you know, the theme of the conference is about attracting, financing into the sector. So my take on that theme is that the financing will not drop from the skies. There are condition precedents before the financing will drop. A lot of times when we talk about financing, we're not looking at the conventional one, which is, own case appropriation, the money coming from government, and then we have development partners. And then now we are looking at the private sector. How can the government, really make the water sector interesting for them to, bring in investment. I was telling somebody yesterday, for the power sector, investors are lined up. But for the water sector, if you are in front and you turn back, you may not see anybody. So that shows that there's certainly something that we have not really done right. And I would want you to comment on that. If we must have an effective public-private partnership, what are those condition precedents? What should the government do? Because it looks like sometimes the investors even come. When they look into the room, they go away. Is there something they're looking for in the room that the government have not, really brought in, that makes it look like nobody is interested in investing in the water sector? I see, there are other programs going on, within the hotel here. One is on power, it's also about financing. Yeah, but I can tell you for other sectors, it's pretty much easy. When you go to the capital market, you see that capital is being raised for other businesses, but not for water. So as a finance person, what are those condition precedents? What is it that investors are looking for in the room that they've not seen or found? Let's get your comments on that, Mr. Folabi.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to say good morning to everyone, including our legislators in the House. I'm glad to be here, and then thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. First of all, if you look at Lagos State, based on the population, if we are using a working population of 20 million people, and you are saying that an average person in Lagos State consumes 100 liters of water per day, you have a very huge market for water. So, first of all, investors should be aware that there is a very big and huge market for water in Lagos State. We used to say that water is blue gold. It's blue gold. Now, there are some enabling environment that also has to be set for investors to be willing to come into the industry. We are glad to hear from Mr. Governor yesterday that the state now has water policy, water law. That is very key for anybody who wants to come into the sector to invest. We want to be ensured that we have a law, we have a policy. Then of course, we have a regulator. That enabling environment should allow anybody to come into the industry, because he knows that there is a regulator who is in charge of service standards, who is into consumer and producer, who protects the consumer as well as the producer. Of course, we also have the NIPC, the Nigerian Investment Productivity Council, that also whose responsibility is also to attract investors into the country. Water is blue gold. People who come here, I'm sure, if they strive or attempt to invest, they do not have to take the whole of Lagos State. Just take an estate. A private service provider can just concentrate on an estate. And of course, the regulator and the government should be willing, when they are giving that estate to that service provider, to ensure that water is produced sufficiently, with good quality, and there is reliability. Once there is reliability, once the water is sufficient for the people, and when it's of good quality, people will pay. Several studies in Lagos State and in some other states have shown that people are willing to pay for the service, and then again, that people are also, in Lagos State, for example, the GDP, that they have the ability to pay. If we measure their average income. And of course, that is also the role of the regulator, to ensure that people are not, that the producer does not unduly transfer its inefficiency to consumers. So I want to believe and conclude here that with the enabling environment, with the regulators in place, it's a very good market. That's a very big market in Lagos State for any provider, any service provider, to come in and sign with either the ministry in charge of, in charge of water resources, or the regulator. And again, they should be able to compete very well and successfully with Lagos Water and any other service provider within the state. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. Wole Afolabi. And on this note, we are rounding up this session, but we'll give 30 seconds to the representative of the Honorable Minister to give his final shot before we take photograph, and then this panel ends.
Thank you very much for the 1 minute that I hear. I know we are all gathered here to discuss financing. It's also very important to us, and if you remember, the Honorable Minister himself said yesterday, we are looking closely at what Lagos State is doing. We the firm believe that if Lagos State takes a very good step and the right one, the whole country will benefit from that. On that note, I'm going to digress a bit and also bring to the fore some of the issues that are of great interest to us at the center. Earlier on, we have made reference to the issue of the water bill. It is important to us because it clearly, the new water bill will delete areas, rules, sharpen the laws from where you can also draw policies for better implementation of programs within your state. I'm also asked to draw your attention. Severally, we have made reference to capacity building, capacity in whatever sphere, capacity in regulation, capacity in attracting funding, capacity in all spheres. I'm asked to draw your attention to a federal government institution that is housed in Kaduna, the Water Resources Institute, and to urge you to please look in that direction, look at what they can help us build across the country, and make use of the facilities that they have to deepen and improve the capacities in the water sector within your states. Also to draw your attention, particularly with reference to the issue of the cholera that is ravaging the country, the federal government have 6 up-to-date modern laboratories in 6 zones of the country. I am asked to remind you, to encourage you to please make use of these laboratories as we all plan to position the water sector for better delivery of service. I am also asked to draw your attention to a cardinal program of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, the Clean Nigeria Use the Toilet campaign, to urge you. I know the states are doing the best they can, but we cannot stop urging you to deepen your participation and share the views, the vision of the federal government to ensure that open defecation is ended in Nigeria. Attached side by side with the campaign is to ask you also, in financing, in funding, look at the economy of sanitation. Huge potentials, huge monies are lying in the sanitation economy. Kindly, we urge all the states to look deeply in these directions as you all strive to position your states for better service delivery in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madu. And on this note, this session is ended. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panelists. We're going to have a quick photograph while I make some announcements. Our panelists, yes, the ES will be joining the photograph. The Honorable Commissioner, you're here, the SA and the PAM secretaries that are here present, and the House of Assembly members. Please join this photograph. Rep of the Minister, of course, you're here. No, you're on this one. Please, can we? Where's the photographer? Where are the photographers? Our Honorable Commissioner, the SA, the PAMSECs, our House of Assembly members, Executive Secretary, please join this photograph. And while we're at it, please let us listen attentively to the following announcements, because we need to understand what we're going to do right now. There are 3 halls for the breakouts that would be done after this session. So there's a breakout in Mbora, but the breakout in this hall, Abora, this is where in the investment cafe is going to hold, and it's a closed group. If you look at your program, the people that should be in this room know themselves already. Look at the program, you have investment cafe. Apart from the anchor, the chairman, then the participants at the World Bank, you said Lou Wash, Water, they're all here. So this is very close to the people that need to be here. So it's not for all the delegates, okay? So look at those that should be here. Those are the ones that should be in the investment cafe. It's a pitching event. So those that need to be here are the ones that need to be here. But for the rest of us, we have 3 halls we're using today. One is Mazonia. Mazonia is the one directly behind this. Hello, please, let's listen so that we know where to go. Mazonia is right behind this hall. Here. Yes. And in Mazonia, we have blended funding for water supply and sanitation services in Lagos. And the second session that we hold in Mazonia is gender responsiveness in financing water and sanitation. These 2 sessions are going to hold in Mazonia, and that is the hall behind you here, directly behind. The session has started already. The second hall is Ebony. Ebony is the one here. So when you came, when you walk in, that's all on the left. Right here, I can see the door from here. That is Ebony. The 2 sessions in Ebony are investment opportunities in the water sector and innovative financing, bridging the sector financing gap. Are we listening, please, so that we don't go to the wrong place? Ebony is just this one. And that is where you're having investment opportunities in the water sector and innovative financing, bridging the sector and financing gap. The third hall we're using today is Upper Hall. When you enter Ebony, you're going to see a door that leads you out of Ebony. Okay? That's where Upper Hall is. When you enter Ebony, there's a door that leads you out. Once you get out of that hall, look to your right. That is where Upper Hall is. Okay? And Upper Hall will be having the sessions. The sessions in Upper are strengthening governance for effective water and sanitation financing and sustainability initiatives, supporting sustainable development goals. I have taken time to announce this because the halls here in this book, they are different from the halls I have called. I hope you've taken note. Some of the halls are different. That's why I had to announce. Manzonia Hall is right behind you. Blended funding is happening there right now, and gender responsiveness. Ebony Hall is here, just here. And direct. And Ebony Hall is right here. Ebony will have investment opportunities in water sector and innovative financing. In fact, when you enter the hall, you will see the banner. It has the two topics there. So you know where you are. Upper hall, you move out of Ebony to the other side. The hall is to your right. That's where you're going to have strengthening governance for effective water sanitation and sustainability initiatives supporting sustainable development goals. In this hall, we're going to have the investment cafe. It's a closed meeting. If you look in your program, you can see the people that need to be here as they are actually written. So if you are not any of those ones, you are not expected to be in this room. So let's begin to move out of here so that those that should be in the investment cafe are the only ones sitting here. Thank you. I hope that is clear. We have some people pointing the rooms out. Currently, Upper Hall is also engaged, so you can join the Upper Hall. So let's move. Thank you. So please, let's move quickly so that we can continue with our breakouts. Investment Cafe remain here. For those that should be in Investment Cafe, remain in this hall while the other sessions move to the rest. Please, we will direct you. We will direct you right now. Yes. So for Upper, you come out. Upper is at the other side. So there's a door. Just walk through. Upper is on the right. For Upper, you just walk through and go to the right. There's a hall there. This is Ebony. Yes, this is Ebony. This one is Ebony. And the one behind Ebony is Mazonia.
That's why they're making two what's it called? This one here into Upper Hall. Do you understand? That's it. After general, they said investment is happening in here. So general and everyone depends on screen. Okay.
Yesterday, Ebony is there. Ebony is there. Mazonia is there. They're having a session. Yes, you can join. The sessions in Mazonia have started, so join. Yes. Upper, go through the door and walk straight. Usher, you can go and sit in there. Okay? So anyhow you see that is engaged, just sit in. That's important. So this is Ebony. These are the sessions I will hold here. Right. And
on his way, is that a joke? Is that a joke?
These are the presentations.
Where is Achichi Roma? Can you just be calling the names?
Achichi Roma.
This mic is for you. Where is
Achichi Roma. Timeyi. Okay, Ada Williams is taking Timeyi's one. Who again?
Who is Ada Williams? So call Ada Williams.
Ada Williams. Ada Williams is here. Ada Williams is here. She's here. Bolaji Omilola. Abiwade. Onimole. Bolaji Onimole.
So let this
Okay.
They are already there, but just call their names. Sherry Bibai. Sherry Bibai.
So CD is asking that.
He's here. He's here. He's here. He's here. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Williams, whatever the say it like Williams.
Okay.
I think it's an view.
We are all welcome. Can we please be seated? We want to commence this program in this room. Can we be seated? Hello? The chairman of this session, Mr. Abayomi Oluyomi, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance, Lagos State, would like you to please take the front seat because there will be a series of presentations before we go into panel discussion. As our panelists are taking their seats, the presenters are also taking their seats. I would like to invite the following persons to please occupy the front row. The chairman of the session, Mr. Abayomi Oluyomi, the Honorable Commissioner for Finance, Lagos State, and the co-chairman, Mr. Tokunbo Wahab, the Honorable Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources. You are welcome, sir. I want also Mr. Viglio Rivera, the founder, CEO, managing consultant, Watson Analytics, to please take the front row. Is he here? I would like Leslie Blinker, Transfera Corporation. Okay, Lucia, to please come to the front seat. The Permanent Secretary, Office of the Environmental Services, Dr. Mobolaji Gaji, to please come to the front seat as well. Thank you. Mr. John Garrett.
Yes, but you can talk.
Mr. John Garrett is the Development Finance Specialist from Water Aid UK. You are welcome. Thank you very much. I think also to come to the front, we have the Honorable Olutayo Shabi. Is he here, please? All right. Is it Eyitayo or something? Adebola Shabi, please pardon me. I'm sorry for that. Thank you very much. We will have the presenters. Are we going to have about 5 presentations? Each one of them we have like 15 minutes to go through the presentations, and we'll go into panel discussion. First, we'll be having unlocking sector financing for access to water and sanitation in Lagos State from our Diadni from the World Bank. Assessing finance for water sector, assessing commercial finance for water sector, Mr. Rotimi Teteye. And we'll be having financing sanitation, marketing, promotion, innovation, sanitation product and services will be taken by Mr. Timei Uweja, who is represented here by Ada Williams. We'll also be having a presentation on enhancing sustainability in the water sector, leveraging development partnership, Mr. Bolaji Onimole. Please, is any of the presenters around now? Okay, one that I'm sure is around is Ada Williams, Ada Oko Williams, USAID Liberia, will be coming forward for her presentation. Yes, please, let's start with yours. Can we have her presentation up? Enhancing financing sanitation marketing, promoting innovative sanitation products and services. Please, can we have that presentation up? Thank you.
Wait, if anyone else is ready, I can come down now. Okay. It's afternoon now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm standing on the existing protocol because I'm not sure who and who is in the room. But I do recognize the Honorable Commissioner and then his cabinet, I'm sure. Every other, colleague and partner and, as honorable as you are, you're duly acknowledged. So quickly this morning, my name is not Timei, I am Adaoko Williams. I'm making this presentation on behalf of my senior colleague who asked me to just step in his shoes because he's unavoidably absent this morning. So I'll try my best to speak and interpret what Timei is put together, and because I've worked with him for a bit of a time, so I kind of understand this and I'll do my best. So quickly, with only 15 minutes that I have, next slide, please. Oh, by the way, Timain leads is a managing partner for Mangrove and Partners International, a consultancy outfit here in Nigeria. So the outline of the presentation, which I'll try to cut out the slides also for time's sake. Basically, the intention was to, well, it's not legible for me from here. Sorry, it's not very legible for me from here, so I'll talk from my phone. So the outline wanted to really talk about, talk about the session objective, but I will skip on to the rationale for sanitation investment and looking at the particular modality in terms of financing, using the market-based approach or sanitation marketing as it is. So I'm going to zoom into that part of the conversation just to highlight what contribution sanitation marketing could make, particularly that it's not often one of the key areas of funding for sanitation that is recognized when we talk about the treaties and the rest. It was intended, I don't know, but that there will be a panel conversation. I hope that will still happen, but otherwise we'll talk about the recommendations and action following that as well. So, please, next slide. Okay, this is the main slide I'd like you to really focus on this morning. We're talking about the sanitation investment and the rationale for Lagos, basically. Also, the first graph to the upper part of the screen is looking at the distribution in terms of percentage of wash expenditure in Nigeria generally. And that's the source of this document or this data is the Wash Sector Finance Advocacy Strategy and Plan of 2024. So if you look at that clearly, the first pie chart to the right is the distribution of where resources are coming from for financing sanitation in Nigeria. The big round ring, the green one, represents households. So 91% of the investment in rural sanitation in Nigeria currently is being provided by the households. Government contributes generally about 4.3%. The private sector brings in about 2.1%. Donors, international development community, and partners actually only bring in about 2.5%. And then NGOs, local, bring in about 0.4% of the total investment in sanitation in Liberia. That is significant given the amount of money households contribute to this. If I bring it down, to the smaller rings to tell you at the different levels that the different arms of government actually provide in terms of even the 61%. So it's on record here that federal government invests about 67% in water, but in sanitation only 2.3%. If you come to the state government, the second ring, state governments cumulatively across the country contributes just about 9.1% of the total investment in sanitation, and the local government about 30.2%. Next slide, please. The sanitation investment rationale for Lagos. Some statistics here, which I don't want to go through and bore you all through, but according to Bureau of Statistics, the new poverty report 2016 is kind of dated, but I think that's the best he could get. Open defecation in Lagos at that time stood at 8%. Unconventional latrine facility, bucket latrine, flush gutters, dig and bury, mobile bush, toilets, unacceptable standards. Lagos distributed by the different regions in Lagos, Lagos Central, Lagos West, and Lagos East. You see the percentages there in terms of the population using those kind of facilities. Hand washing average of about 23%. And then according to the WASH norm 2021, sewer system in Lagos only covers about 7.4% of the population. Septic tanks, 66%, and pit toilets, 23%, and finally leakage and overflows of latrines and toilets into drainages and in the surface waters and all that accounts for about 14.6%. Next slide, please. So we're going to be talking specifically about sanitation marketing as a mechanism, as a funding mechanism that needs to be considered in terms of seeking investment. What exactly is sanitation marketing? It's really a very systematic and a process of strategic decision making on the 6 components of market mix. We know about products, we know about place, promotion, price, and policy, and partnership added. Typically, this used to be the 4 Ps of marketing, well known to people in business and the rest. But with sanitation, partnership and policy is critical, and those been added also. So we have the 6 Ps. Sanitation marketing is an attempt, also, is a mechanism that engages these 4 levels. Built on the 3 key components of product, service, design, and people, sanitation marketing drives demands, basically, and then also works around supply chain strengthening. So the mix of demand and supply in marketing works here as well. And in our case, in the case of Nigeria, with the experience that Nigeria has had on sanitation marketing, which is part of the presentation that Mary wanted to make, talk about 2 case studies from Bauchi and Benue State. We'll come to that. The supply chain strengthening, as well as the demand creation and availability of products and services mix, is a key element of the case studies that we'll talk about shortly. Next slide. Let me skip some so that we have some time. So in terms of application of even this marketing approach, or this financing mechanism, we need to also consider it, along the value chain for sanitation. Basically, we all understand the SDG commits us to the sanitation ladder in terms of access, all the way to basic. And as you go up the basic, this slide is basically demonstrating how health and economic outcomes actually come at the level, towards the end of it, which is the safely managed, the optimal position that we want to get to. Next slide, please. Now, specifically in the Lagos context, what does this mean? You would excuse me, I have to get closer. My glasses are not with me. Anyway, the public regulation in terms of Lagos, we have that operating as an overarching act over the use of sanitation marketing, using sanitation marketing as a focus and a financing mechanism for addressing the challenges of sanitation in Lagos. We really need to consider the public regulation space. And that cuts across right from the point of open defecation all the way to safely managed. Is an imperative that must be considered. If we take it step by step, the open defecation, there are approaches that are suited to addressing communities when they are at the level of open defecation. And those approaches basically around the community-led total sanitation, which is very popular in Nigeria. It's been one of the foremost approaches for driving sanitation in Nigeria. There you're talking basically and focusing on coordination, behavior change, and informed choices by households. That's where Nigeria is at the time. And for Lagos, in this context, communities that are open defecating, that is kind of like the recommended approach to start them off on. All right, then supply chain conversations come in when you have people that have already developed some form of toilets, and then they're looking at improving them. People who are using unimproved toilets, supply chain actions need to be taken at that level. And then people with shared facilities, going to the basic level, that also is where public services is really critical and important. But the import of the conversation this morning and the approach, suggestion of the approach is that we're looking at getting communities that are open defecating, communities on unimproved sanitation, and even with shared facilities to move them up. Sanitation marketing would be a very, very appropriate approach to take. Next slide, please. So we have case studies from Benue and Bauchi State, and they basically demonstrate how these two states, a lot not in context, not very much like Lagos, but there are lessons that can be inferred from there, and particularly for the lower rung at the household level, where people actually spend just. You're distracting me. Just at the level of the local government, particularly the rural areas in Lagos and even the slum communities and communities living in very difficult context, sanitation marketing from the case studies from Benue and this thing would help. Next slide, please. Okay, just examples of sanitation financing in Bauchi State, how that works, how it worked according to the state, to the case studies. Sorry, I'm trying to get to the last slide so that we can just, I'll just give you the lessons from there and then we can have conversations on it. Okay, key findings from the case studies, if you can pull that out, fine. The first category of citation uptakes by those that have, sorry. Okay, focusing on financing for OD, the investment by donors and thank you very much. Key findings from Benue and Bauchi State says that with the use of sanitation marketing as an approach, the first categories of sanitation uptakes are by those who have necessary funds and assets. And that, remember from the beginning I had mentioned the percentage of investment in sanitation, particularly at rural areas and smaller levels at the lower rung of the sanitation ladder, has been contributed by the households. So with investment from these households, the first category of sanitation uptakers were able to finance their own sanitation using that mechanism. These results are derivable from the SHOM project and the Sandmark and Finance programming in Nigeria. The second category, which is at 47% of, you must excuse me there. Okay, the second category are for those who are convinced they need a toilet, and that's what I presented with the ladder just now. They were also able to use financing mechanisms such as MFIs and small village savings and loans, basically called adashes or susu clubs in different contexts, to finance their own finance their own sanitation. The third category are those who have no means of repayment and then could not get a loan. In this category currently, there are no financing mechanisms targeting them. And then in the fourth category, these are those that emerge in the gaps which the study is yet to be addressed. And these are categories that subsidy may need to be applied for. So going to scale, who should lead or who should fund sanitation in terms of sanitation financing? Next slide, please. Across 10 states, this is a representation of data across 10 states in Nigeria, just indicative of what is possible with sanitation marketing. Jigawa State, number of open defecation LGAs. So with the mechanism of sanitation financing across these 10 states, this is the kind of progress that's been reported. So of the number of states that, local governments that have achieved open defecation free status in Nigeria, according to what's the program? The national program for ODF. Jigawa is reporting the highest number with 27%. Number with donor support, 27 local governments. Number without donor support, none. Katsina State is presenting 24, and then we have also just one local government there that has achieved open defecation free status without support from donors, external donors. Benue comes with 9 9 local governments, and all the way down. Of these 87, 82 of the local governments, 82 Hello? Okay. 82 of the 87 local governments had donor support and investment. Yeah, so it's just a snapshot of this. I won't go through all of them. But numbers that have been achieved, I mean, some local governments in these states have achieved open defecation-free status without donor support. And that lends a lot to the impact that marketing can actually have. Let's keep the slides on this thing. And then can we just go to the recommendations? Okay, there was supposed to be a panel discussion on this, so I'm not sure how that's going to pan out. But basically, and just to wrap up in my own words, sanitation marketing or market-based approach to sanitation has been, proven to be effective in a number of contexts, and particularly in contexts where sewer systems and the big waters and big works are not necessarily going to reach very quickly. It's a low-hanging fruit, where you get recognize and quantify household investment in sanitation, and that is acknowledged and then leveraged to be able to inform the development of, the growth and development around sanitation across the country. And I think that Lagos has the opportunity to also consider this and effectively quantify and categorize how much investment is coming from the household level. I think that's the import of the presentation. And apologies for some of the glitches. I only got this brief this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ada Williams. Another round of applause for her, please. Because we have so many presentations, I will please want to crave the indulgence of our presenters to limit their presentations to just 10 minutes so that we can go into real business of the day. The RWA, they are really waiting to show us a lot of investment opportunities. On this note, I would like to call on the second speaker, Awa Diani, from the World Bank. She will be presenting on unlocking sector financing for access to water and sanitation in Lagos State. Please welcome Awa Diani. Let's put our hands together for her, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Apologies if I rushed some of the slides. We'll blame it on bio. So I would like to stand on the already established protocol. I was asked to speak on how do we unlock sector financing for access to water supply and sanitation in Lagos State, which is based on some work we've been doing globally on mobilizing financing for the sector and how it would relate to the state of Lagos. So we can move to the next slide. So I would like us to take some of these data and numbers in for a few minutes. The situation of our sector is very dire, and the macroeconomic situation we are living in globally, but also in Nigeria, doesn't really help. So we know that the global economic activity has slowed down, especially after the COVID years, which we're still living. We also know that financial conditions across regions, so trade, everything has tightened for the past 2 years, and that inflation is also on the rise. So if we have that as our, let's say, basis, this is also coupled with the slow progress we've been making as a sector to reach the water-related SDGs, and this is also compounded by climate change, or the climate impacts we've been living in. So I'll go quickly, but you can see the challenges we're currently facing, where 4 billion people are still living in water-scarce areas, that 55 million people are affected by droughts every year. 80% of the wastewater that is discharged in the environment is discharged without treatment, and that 40% of the water supplies and demand gap by 2030 may increase to 40%. And then if we keep the progress and the rate we are in, these are also the numbers that we would have by 2030. This comes as a cost, of course. We have $5.6 trillion that are potential cumulative losses due to floods and droughts by 2050, and that the potential cost of water scarcity that is exacerbated by climate change would cost countries 6% of their GDP. Next slide. So if you look at the situation in Lagos State, so the challenges, and these are just a few, I tried to put them in buckets, but you have issues of water scarcity and demand, but also the issue of infrastructure gap. We have many high-level density areas, and then the climate-related challenges that the state is facing, and sanitation and hygiene, as Ada was presented earlier. So the gap to be bridged in the state, we have the estimated water demand that is at 720 million gallons per day, whereas the installed capacity is 210. Currently, the proportion of the population with access to public water supplies stand at 10%, and then access to adequate sanitation at 24%. So we did a study in 2015 that the state would need to invest 1.3 billion annually for the next 10 years to bridge the financing gap. And 2015, 10 years, that's 2025, which is next year. So you can see that the message that the governor was giving us yesterday is very prominent, which is, imagine for the past 10 years, this hasn't been done. We'll be here in 2025, still no much progress. And of course, a lot of this burden is placed on the households, whether it's on water supply or sanitation. And this is impacting public health, as we're seeing with some of the crises, and also the environment. Next slide. Okay, so we also did a study on financing the water SDGs and what the financing needs would be by 2030. This would be $6.7 trillion if we just continue at this pace. And then by 2050, $22.6 trillion. I can't even imagine these numbers. They probably have a lot of zeros at the end. But currently, we place a lot of the financing on the public sector, but it is at least at actually less than 2% of public spending that we've seen between 2019 and 2020. And then the financing gap for WASH alone. So this we looked at water writ large, but for WASH alone, the annual spending for universal access would have been between 130 to $140 billion. So as you can see, we just need to urgently finance the sector. And one thing that we keep saying is that the traditional ways of financing it, whether it's through loans, would not be sufficient. And that we need to mobilize private capital, innovation, and expertise. Next slide. So this is a slippery slope that I think all of us are familiar with, which is what are the implications of not adequately financing the wash sector? So we have very low tariffs and collections, and the consumers use water, inefficiently because it's cheap. Then the high uses and system losses also are driving the costs, especially for the service providers, up. And the investments but maintenance keep getting postponed, basically. So I won't go through all of it, but something that is clear is that consumers are more reluctant to pay for services that are not being improved. And if you go to how the system assets themselves go down the drain. Sometimes I visit some water utilities and I wonder, don't they see their assets are like their gold? But it's really, unfortunately, it seems like it's nobody's business. So next slide, please. Okay, so we know that the traditional funding sources that we've been using will not address. I think that we've been hearing since yesterday. So something that we've been looking at is private participation in infrastructure projects in general. But unfortunately, the proportion that is going to the water sector was already small and is decreasing. So if you can see on the left-hand side, is showing a drop, especially the past 5-year average. And then, sorry, the slides are not very clear, but the right, the one on the left, I guess, on your right, is showing the different infrastructure sectors where private funding is coming in. So a big portion of it goes to the energy sector. Or the transport sector, which is the orange line, and the water supply and sanitation is the light blue one at the top, which you can see decreasing over time, unfortunately. Next slide. And then something also we all know is the importance of water supply and sanitation when it comes to climate change. Climate change is impacting our sector the most with floods and droughts, but we also have a good opportunity with our projects to contribute to climate mitigation and adaptation, but we haven't been doing it very well, which also shows in where climate finance is going. Again, it's going to the similar sectors that the private sector is putting in infrastructure, energy, transport, digital, and the water sector, whether it's adaptation, is actually less than half of the global climate funding, and then for mitigation, it's even less, which is that small line that goes up. And this is due to many challenges. Like we're already under investing in the water sector, so it's not as attractive to private to climate finance. And then we haven't even resolved the issues of enabling environment that we've been talking about on regulation, etc. So next slide, please. Okay, so very quickly, this was just a slide to also show how can we scale up financing and where the private, not just money, but also expertise can come in throughout the whole water cycle, whether it's at the production side all the way to treatment and discharge. So in the blue, you can see where we can mobilize private expertise. I think yesterday we talked about one of them, which was on PPP for operation. So how do we include more performance-based contracting when it comes to, for instance, NRW reduction, etc. Next slide. So I don't have a lot of time. Okay, so one thing we did with all this data, as an institution, we have a new, very ambitious, let's say, vision and mission, which is how do we support ending poverty on a livable planet. We understand that no matter how much financing we're putting in, climate change also is having a big impact. So what do we learn from our past experiences? And then how do we establish strategic directions as an institution as a whole? So you know the World Bank as just the one that works directly with the government, but we also have other institutions within the group, which are IFC and MEGA. So we're trying to work with them closely to unlock also private. How do we unlock better private financing? So learning from some of the lessons, we can go quickly to some of them, and I'll show you another slide where we go through them. We also put in like what are the strategic directions that we will implement going forward in the program that we are supporting based on these lessons. So how do we establish the enabling conditions for financial sustainability, credit worthiness, especially of utilities, and then how can we help them access financing? How do we mobilize private expertise, especially to improve operational efficiency and address climate impacts? As we know, working on that can really help us on the adaptation angle. Then on diversifying and expanding the spectrum of financing solutions. So not just looking at the traditional ways you have been accessing financing for the sector. And then we develop a roadmap where we focus on both the supply and the demand side, training and capacity building, as has been mentioned before, analysis and diagnostic, and we develop a number of tools for that, financial planning, turnaround strategies, financing solutions, and then stakeholder engagement. On stakeholder engagement, I would like to emphasize the importance of it because as stakeholders, we tend to deal with the same issues, but sometimes our messaging is very diverting, and we have a menu of tools which might also further confuse the client. So having these platforms can really help us make sure that we're speaking the same language and that our tools also are not contradictory. Next slide, please. So very quickly on some of the lessons learned. The first one is the undervaluing of water. So we know that the price that we are putting on water does not reflect its economic values, and that the cost of provision and the cost of maintaining all this asset. The lack of financial viability of the service providers also has been a limiting factor for accessing private financing. A lot of our utilities, unfortunately, are not credit-worthy. The absence of enabling environment, we've heard the example from Manila. There are low incentives, unfortunately, for reducing costs and revenues, and then the political interference and influence is also undermining what we call bankability. Then there is the social reluctance to private sector participation. And I think this is something we face in Nigeria in particular, where the population, whenever you talk about privatization, have some tension just based on what has happened also in the 1990s. So the result has been the poor allocation of risk between private and public parties, and again, a weak enabling environment to make sure that when the private sector is participating, they're also getting what they invested for. And then when it comes to PPP structuring, there are multiple risks that need to be better studied, and also the weak capacity of the counterpart. So what happens usually is that, okay. Next slide, please. So this is just a slide. I hope you get the slides so that you go through them, but we did an analysis of what can be the role of the public sector versus the private sector, and how can we better make use of the private expertise for the water sector. Next slide. So the next slides are just going through those strategic direction, but maybe something that I wanted to say, at least for the colleagues in Lagos, that we're already doing in Nigeria is on PIR, technical and financial efficiency under the Soil Wash program. So we have 7 states that have already developed plans on how do they better strengthen their policies, their institution, and their regulatory functions. And then within those 7 states, all the water supply and sanitation entities have developed performance improvement action plans from now until 2027, looking at the different elements that they can work on and the expertise, how can they use the reforms under the PIR to also enhance service delivery. So I would just like to go maybe to the last slide and then conclude. These are just examples of countries we've been doing that. And the last slide, is on this element that these multi-stakeholder platforms could help with the financing. So we've heard from different entities and support is given, but how do we make sure we're all converging and speaking the same language is what these platforms are aiming to. So this is just an invitation for everyone that the idea is how do we help with all of these different buckets so that hopefully this can unlock other sources of financing for the sector. And hopefully this was helpful for the colleagues in Lagos. And then we'll make sure also as an institution, we're going to keep supporting your endeavors for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our Diani. Can we please put another round of applause for her, please? If there is something I think we should take away from her presentation is the shocking news that we'll need about 6.7 trillion naira between now and the next 6 years, 2030, for us to bridge the gap. If we continue with the current trend, that's the proviso there. So if we continue with the current trend, we will need $6.7 trillion between now and 2030. So which means if we increase the pace, then we would need less than that. Thank you very much, Awa, for that presentation. Quickly, I'll call the next presenter, Mr. John Garrett. Mr. John Garrett will be presenting on financing sustainable water and sanitation at the subnational level. Thank you. Let's put our hands together as we welcome John Garrett. Please, can we put our hands together to welcome our presenter? Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Please let me stand on existing protocol. As Bayo has said, I wanted to share a few thoughts on financing at the subnational level and sharing some of the context that's really important, I think, to keep in mind when we're looking at financing water and sanitation services in Lagos. So if we could go to the first slide, please. Very familiar to you all, I'm sure, but just to set that or repeat that context of urbanization, that this really is the phenomenon of our age, whether we're looking in Europe or Asia, Africa, wherever it is, the Americas. Over half the world's population now is living in urban contexts. Cities account for 80% of global GDP, but they also account for 75% of global greenhouse emissions. If we go to the next slide, please. And of course, in Africa, urbanization is one of the most profound transformations that the African continent is undergoing in the 21st century. The cumulative population in urban areas since 1990 is 500 million people in Africa. And what we're seeing, obviously, is as well as the pressure on infrastructure and water and sanitation infrastructure, there's nevertheless immense opportunities, as we were hearing this morning. Just the market in Lagos with a population of 25 million, the water consumption, etc. But again, just to sort of give you a sense of how fast Lagos is changing, perhaps we could go to the next slide. Looking back 40 years, if you look at the light-colored part of the Google Maps slide there, that's what you're seeing as the developed area of the metropolis. And then if we go to 2015 in the next slide, again, you can see how rapidly Lagos is growing. And that dynamic context is one that is really important to keep in mind as we think about financing the sector. If we go to the next slide, please. And of course, rapid urbanization, as well as having the opportunities for development and attracting finance into the city context, it nevertheless is bringing major challenges as well. And particularly because many of the people coming into African cities are coming from rural areas, unskilled, and the jobs they're finding are generally those which are in the informal sector. And the housing needs of migrants is generally met very simply by moving into unplanned urban settlements or slums. And with that, of course, comes the risk of higher levels of insecurity and crime. 60% of African urban population is living in slum conditions. So the pressure that we're seeing on infrastructure, perhaps we could go to the next slide, please. I won't dwell on these, but again, that's a very familiar, typical context in many African cities and also, of course, in Lagos, with groundwater the main source, but nevertheless very significant aquifer system risks from contamination, etc. Power outages as well that we've been talking about. If we go to the next slide, please. And for sanitation, again, the typical context that we're looking to attract finance to address, we see heavy reliance on on-site sanitation, but also very significant challenges to fecal sludge management services in terms of coverage, but also affordability, as well as disposal sites and the infrastructure that's needed in order to meet some of those needs. And of course, the implications where the infrastructure is not in place and the services are not in place across the whole of the city, we're seeing outbreaks of waterborne disease, diarrhea, typhoid, and cholera. Next slide, please. And in coastal cities, really additional challenges, and those additional challenges really coming from heavy rainfall, as we frequently see, as we're seeing at the moment during the rainy season, and that's exacerbated by drainage, which is maybe not of the scale necessary, or perhaps it's clogged as well. And so there's high vulnerabilities to flooding, erosion, landsliding, and informal settlements are really the most vulnerable because they're often in the low-lying or hazardous land. So next slide, please. And really, this is just to acknowledge, the huge effort which Lagos State is making to address these many multiple challenges, and those can be seen really through all the strategic initiatives which are underway: climate change, the response to COVID-19, building infrastructure for urban resilience, governance and youth empowerment, education and technology, and all of this really underpinning the Themes Plus agenda, which we were hearing from yesterday from the Governor of Lagos State. So I really just wanted to, in the light of that context, highlight a few areas that I think is it'd be important for policymakers to be thinking about as we focus on financing the sector. So next slide, please. And those foundations really, I think, are having a really clear vision of the future of Lagos and that dynamic context, which is the fact that rapid urbanization is ongoing and is going to continue. I think one of the most important things that it would be good to be able to do is to have a census of the population and really understand the demographics of the megacity. So there is one version of the truth, so that the view of the federal government, the view of the state government in terms of the population which needs to be served and the investment needs is based on one understanding of the population. Plans, the need for up-to-date model city plans, master plans for water supply, sanitation, drainage, and flood defense. Some of these already in place, and I know we were hearing from colleagues at the Lagos Water Corporation that plans are underway to update the water supply master plan. And within those, really placing gender and social inclusion at the heart of that. And I think also being open to learning from other contexts. And I was just going to briefly share a few examples of that. The first from my own city of London. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So in London, where London was suffering from multiple waterborne disease outbreaks, there were investment during the Victorian era where Joseph Bazalgette sort of led a project to invest in the sanitation system for London. And I think one of the most interesting things about it was that at that time in the 1850s, London's population was 2 million people. But in fact, they built a system which was sufficient for 4 million people. So incredible vision in order to do that. And it's only now, really, today, where we're expecting a new investment, a big upgrade to the sanitation system through the Tideway Tunnel, which is an enormous sewer underneath the River Thames. But it's only now, really, that that upgrade has really become urgent and necessary. The next slide, please. And this really just emphasizes the different sources of financing for the sector. And I think this really is perhaps just a different way of explaining some of the points that we've had yesterday and today. But tariffs, transfers, i.e. transfers from external sources, so official development assistance, but also from foundations, NGOs, and of course remittances from the Nigerian diaspora, which is really very, very significant. And taxes, and I'll say a little bit more about that on the next slide, because I think it's still really important that the public sector plays an important role in financing as we seek to attract more private finance in. And those 3 T's, the tariffs, the transfers, and the taxes, really making optimal use of those 3 sources. And when those are in place, then it's possible to take on the repayable finance, whether that's coming from public sources such as the World Bank and other donors, but also from private finance and private sector financiers. So really just to emphasize that I think that's a really useful way of characterizing the financing options that are there for the sector. Next slide, please. Again, we've talked a lot about this, about the foundations, but I think really putting those foundations in place and the issue of governance and leadership has really come out strongly over the past couple of days. Next slide, please. Institutional strengthening, just highlighting here the experience of Singapore. In that case, you had, and this is going back many decades, but you had the Public Utilities Board, the Public Works Department, the Drainage Department, the Urban Development Authority, and the Housing Development Board. They were all given very strong powers and funding with the expectation that they worked closely together and that they delivered effectively and efficiently on their mandates. So I think really sort of making the case, as others have done, that we really need to see if we can invest in the governance role and strengthen that. Next slide, please. We've talked about regulation today, and with the Regulatory Commission here in Lagos, again, really to make the point that the more that we can strengthen the role and of the Regulatory Commission, ensuring that it has the mandate and the resources that it needs in order to fulfill its role, I think that's going to set us on the right track towards attracting finance and creating that enabling environment which we need to see. And at the moment, we know that there's issues around licenses, permits, abstraction, surcharge. And I think one of the really important things is for the Regulatory Commission to be given the teeth, to be given the powers to really act when there's breaches of the contracts which are in place and the standards which have been set in place. Next slide, please. Increasing the quantity of financing, and really this is one thing at WaterAid we've characterised the needs around quantity and quality. And so around quantity, I think, again, looking at the different potential sources from government, donor, climate finance, but also from private finance, and really making sure that neglected populations are paramount in considerations. Next slide, please. And this is really the point I wanted to make about as we seek to attract private finance, and we're going to hear from the Resilient Water Accelerator. We're going to hear about the exciting partnership, the Lagos Water Partnership, which is seeking to attract private finance into the sector. But I would also emphasize that the public sector can't step away once that private finance comes in. And again, just to share a few examples. So in India, with the Swachh Bharat mission, which is sought to ensure that there are toilets, access to basic sanitation in every household in India, and the Jal Jeevan mission, which is providing safe and adequate drinking water, again, to all households. These have been backed with with billions of dollars of public funds, and that has really driven the program and enabled private finance to come in. And similarly, that was the case in the East Asian Tigers, Malaysia, Singapore, South Korea. Whereas currently here in Lagos, the funding that's provided from the state is relatively low. I think it's only around 0.5% of the budget. And so I would really sort of make the case that if that can be incrementally increased, I think that's going to be really important for financing the sector. Next slide, please. I think it's really exciting, the opportunities that Lagos State is looking at in terms of the green bond. So we were fortunate enough to visit the Debt Management Office earlier in the week, and there are plans to raise 14.8 billion naira through a green bond, and this is being worked in close partnership with the Climate Bond Initiative. And there'll be multiple projects which this bond will be able to finance, including solar energy, addressing some of the power outage issues that we were talking about. And this is going to be the first subnational green bond for Nigeria, and I think one of the first ones in Africa. Next slide, please. So the quality of finance, I won't dwell on this, but really making the absolute maximum use of existing resources that are there. And that can be felt in terms of transparency, in terms of equity, in terms of sustainability of services. And so that's really crucial to make sure we're making the most of all of the financing that's available. The next slide. And again, I won't dwell on this because it's been emphasized as so important in all of the different contexts that we've heard today, including in the Manila context. And really, I think this is such a crucial step and so encouraging to hear that this is really at the top of the list of Lagos Water Corporation at the moment. Next slide, please. I wanted also just to put a marker down in terms of technology. I think, again, we were hearing from a colleague from Manila that technology is not going to solve everything. However, it can nevertheless really bring some major pluses. And again, in Singapore, which has got very, very low non-revenue water, they're using technology, water sensors, to identify pressure irregularities, and that gives them the opportunity then to respond to that and to keep non-revenue water at that very low levels. And on the demand side, they've issued the smartphone apps which are available to all households so that they can audit their household water appliances, and that enables them to, again, use water very efficiently. Korea's public utility, I was fortunate enough to visit K-Water earlier this year, and they were telling me that they're using artificial intelligence to improve the energy efficiency in their water treatment plants, and they're doing that with very promising results. We're going to hear about some projects for investment shortly from the Resilient Water Accelerator, but if we could move to the next slide. I just wanted to highlight, that's using GIS data to improve financing efficiency. So a cholera hotspot in Lusaka on the right, again in unplanned urban settlements, but we're seeing GIS data is very effective in identifying where the risks are and therefore where financing needs to be targeted. And so, we're seeing the hotspots are linked to the areas where there's poor sanitation, but also where there's a high water table, shallow wells, and the dark red on the left is where the areas are vulnerable to flooding. Next slide, please. And so really this was just to sort of share an example. As I say, this isn't one of the projects which is going to be shared today, but in London this has been a really important investment that took place in the 1990s to build resilience into the water system. And it's a London ring main. And essentially all of the water reservoirs in London are to the west of the city. But in order to ensure that they could reach the centre more efficiently, we've got an ageing infrastructure, and to reach parts of the east of the city, they built a ring main which enables water to be circulated around the outskirts of the whole network, and it builds redundancy, it facilitates easier isolation and maintenance, and is a really important investment in terms of building resilience of the water system in London. With World Bank support, the Ningbo, the port city in the southeast of China, has built a very similar ring main to build in resilience. So I'm just going to finish up really with a couple more thoughts. One is something we've been talking with the Green Climate Fund, and on the next slide, please, they've suggested that we should, and this is something we'd be really interested to hear colleagues' thoughts on, are adopting a sponge city approach. And the sponge city really, from a financing point of view, and on that third bullet point, is identifying the fact that nature-based solutions for water absorption can actually be significantly more affordable than hard infrastructure. But the idea of a sponge city, for those of you who are not familiar with it, is really to use natural areas, so the trees, lakes and parks of Lagos, as well as the lagoons, to absorb rainwater, reduce flood risk, and really absorb that excess water when it comes very suddenly like a sponge, and to hold it, and then to be able to release it in a controlled fashion back into the environment, and to do so in a way which is safe for life and property. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the Green Climate Fund. So we've been working with the authorities here in Lagos, and thank you very much to the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources for the leadership in this area as the lead MDA for this project. And those conversations are ongoing, led by the accredited entity of the UNDP. The focus of this bid is around building resilience to flooding through improving the policy environment, and also focusing on coastal communities with infrastructure investments in coastal communities and the establishment of a climate resilient financing facility. So that's really going to be the sort of foremost component of the bid, and so we look forward to discussing that with you in over coming months. And then next slide. And the final slide really is just to emphasize how, and I think this has been one of the wonderful thing about this conference, is it's brought together so many partners, all of whom are willing to work with Lagos State in order to achieve the many objectives. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Please, can we put our hands together again for John? Thank you, John. Please permit me to say this. There's this little boy that anytime he comes home, he said, my grandfather is always sitting down. And as a way of kind of waking up the grandfather, we say, Grandpa, please, can you give me your hand? And he will pull out the grandpa and say, please, just walk after me. So in this case, the Honorable Commissioner Environment is my grandpa. Please, can you stand up, sir? Yeah, and I want everybody to just stand up and join the Honorable Commissioner. Please, can we just stand up and just walk around? I say, Grandpa, you have been sitting for long, and I want you to stretch your legs, and then you come back this way. MD sir, I didn't say you should go out. I just to stretch your legs, and then you can come back to your seat like this and sit down and say, Grandpa, can you raise up your hand? Just raise up your hand, Grandpa. Please bend this way, Grandpa, a little this way, and then this side again, then a little back. Just go back a little bit, then you can sit down, Grandpa. Thank you very much. Put your hands together. Yes. Just a way of kind of introducing us to the next stage. We've been listening to so many presentations, and now we want to go straight into the main discussion of understanding the various opportunities that have been packaged. We have a program here in Lagos, the Resilient Water Accelerator, in collaboration with WaterAid, package a lot of, positive opportunities for the water and sanitation sector. And I will call forward a lead presenter from that to come and do his presentation. After that, we do some pitching. We invite the Water Corporation and the Wastewater Management Office to come up to do some pitching and see where they can fit into the opportunities. And thereafter, we take just 2 more presentations, and then we'll do the final set of pitching. Thank you very much. Can you please put your hands together as I call Mr. Femi Ogunleye of the Resilience Water Accelerator. He's a development consultant. Please, let's put our hands together for him. He's a development consultant, and he's going to take us through these opportunities. Thank you very much. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. My name is Femi. I'm from the Resilient Water Accelerator. We're happy to be here discussing this theme, financing water and sanitation for a greater Lagos. Before I start my presentation, I want to acknowledge the support and cooperation of the Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources. Thank you very much, sir. And the Permanent Secretary, Office of Drainage Services, Engineer Mahmoud Adegbite, and the SC, Mr. Koju, and all the staff of the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources for your cooperation so far in delivering our mandate in Lagos. Who are we? We are the Resilient Water Accelerator, founded by then Prince Charles, now King Charles III of Great Britain. What do? We are to mobilize private and public investment into water and climate resilient projects in Nigeria with specific attention to Lagos State. We are currently hosted by WaterAid. So can we go to slide 1, the first slide? So let's go to the second slide. Probably we all know this. So these are our findings in Lagos. The stresses, the shocks, lack of investment into the water sector, groundwater exploitation, underground and surface water pollution, and the rest. These are the stresses we have in Lagos. And this is our understanding of the issues in Lagos as it relates to water and climate resilient projects in Lagos. These are the shocks: flood and severe storms, disease outbreak like we currently have now, riot and civil unrest, economic downturn, and storm surge. Then these are the water sector governance in Nigeria. The leadership is from the governor's office by the executive governor, and the coordination is by the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, and on like that, down to the MDAs and the Technical Advisory Committee led by the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. Next slide. Yeah, this is our implementation strategy in Lagos. Like I said earlier, we were formed or founded to mobilize private and public investment into water and climate resilient projects in Lagos. So this is the approach we are adopting in Lagos. Currently, we have 42 projects in our pipeline, and out of those 42 projects, we've segmented them into portfolio and pipeline projects. We know we can't attack the 42 projects at once. So we now have 12 of those projects as portfolio projects where we hope to develop and discuss with prospective developers and investors. Then our projects are into 4 main areas of water and climate resilience. We have projects in urban and water supply. We have projects in wastewater management. We have projects in sanitation. And we have projects in water resources management. Next slide, please. These are our pipeline of projects. Can we move to the next slide because of the time? This presentation was to take 2 hours, so I need to compress my presentation to 15 minutes. Please move on. Let's go to the pipeline projects, the portfolio projects. Please come down. No, you skipped that. So please go back. I want to showcase our 12 portfolio projects in Lagos. All the projects we are handling currently were handed over to us by the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. Please come down a bit. Yes, these are the 10 projects we are currently working on. If you see, the first one is the Addition Phase 2 distribution network. Then the second one is the non-revenue water program procurement. These are the projects. We can all look at it. And I'm happy the Honorable Commissioner is taking keen attention and looking at this. What we also did in our activities in Lagos is to first of all understand the local context. By doing that, we've organized 2 vision workshops in Lagos last year. Then by November last year, we brought the investors, the private sector and the public sector into a roundtable discussion. The Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources honored us by gracing that event. So we thank you once again, the Honorable Commissioner. And this is what we are talking about. When you meet a lot of these investors, the first question they ask you is the political support. Are you sure you have the political support? Now that the Commissioner attended that investment forum, what other political support do you need again? So these are the 10 projects that we're currently working on. And I'm happy that the governor mentioned the Addition 2 water scheme yesterday. It's one of the projects we are showcasing today. Out of these 10 projects, we are showcasing 3 of the projects we have developed concept notes for. And our concept notes are not the normal 2-3 pager. We do concept notes, we call it project briefs. We have project summary and we have the concept note. Our concept note is embedded with a lot of opportunities and information for a prospective investor. And when we meet investors, the first thing we ask them is, Oga investor, what do we need to make this project bankable? Because the bankability aspect in presenting water and climate resilient projects has always been the issue. We now ask ourselves, why is it that investors are financing projects in the telecom sector? Why are they financing projects in the energy sector? And they are not financing projects in the water and climate resilient sector. The fact is that there must be a conscious effort to present these projects to propose a prospective investor in a way that it will interest him. Don't forget that these investors are not charitable organizations. They are looking at the bottom line. And that's a major issue in developing projects for a public organization. If you are developing projects for a private sector, what you look at mainly is the quantitative part. What is the bottom line? But if you are developing projects for the public sector, you look at the qualitative and the quantitative. You are now talking of the SDGs. What impact will they have on the citizen? The government will be looking at that. So you need to learn how to balance the quantitative and the qualitative. So that's what we've been able to do in RWA, to present this project to investors or a proposed developer in a bankable form to show that these projects are bankable and there will be a commensurate return on investment. Because like I said earlier, the investor will have to have an AGM where their board of directors, their shareholders, we look at their bottom line. So they are not charitable organizations. So in going across to them, you've got to understand them that what do they really want? How would they bank this project? How would they finance this project? So these are the 10 projects we are looking at. The number 10 is actually the Ebola water scheme. The number 1 is the Addition 2 water scheme that the governor was mentioning. The Honorable Commissioner, sir, when this project, the Addition 2, was presented to us, it was presented in 2 projects, the reticulation and the water, the energy component. And we also know that in financing any public projects in Nigeria, and you did not couple it with the energy part, you are likely not going to have an investor who will invest in that project. We know the energy situation in Nigeria. So for all our projects, what we do is to bundle them with the energy part, the IPP part, that's the independent power project part. Because from our investigation, analysis, that's one of the problems that Addition 1 is currently having. So we're going to showcase Addition 2 here for you to see, the Honorable Commissioner. So these are the 10 projects we have. Can we move forward, please? So this is the Abeson, Ipaja, Lagos, the septic treatment plant. This was handed over to us by the Lagos State Wastewater Management Office. We have developed the concept note. This the analysis of the concept note is a snapshot of the concept note that we developed. This septic treatment plant was constructed during the regime of Alhaji Jakonde, and that was about more than 40 years ago. So what we are doing is to convert the STP from a 6,000 cubic meter per day to a 10,000 cubic meter per day and upgrade the MSPP. So that's what we are doing. We've developed, these are the projects, some of the projects we are showcasing to our investors, the financiers, the developers, for them to see. Like I said earlier, we are showcasing these projects in a bankable format for investors to get interested in them. The issues have been whether Lagosians can pay for water, or they are paying for water, or they will be ready to pay for water. From my analysis and from what I've done with these projects, I know that Lagosians are paying for water. They can pay for water, and they have the ability to pay. Where they are paying to is the issue. So what we want to do is to redirect where they are paying to the coffers of Lagos Water Corporation. We have private water tankers. We have truck pushers. We have so many organizations who are supplying water, and at the risk of being unfair to them, I can say that a lot of the water they are supplying, or some of the water they are supplying, will not be as portable as what Lagos Water Corporation will supply. So this is the septic treatment plant in Abeson Ipaja. These are the financing options that we have conceptualized, that we are proposing. These concept notes are not cast in stone. When we take them to the proposed investor or the financer, we may decide, they may ask us to change all this because they are the financiers. They have the money to invest in these projects. So these are just our concepts, our ideas on the projects. So can we go to the next slide? This is the idea too that the governor was talking about yesterday. The promoter is Lagos Water Corporation. The government has committed to providing land, and they have the providing land, construction of the water treatment plant, which is currently ongoing. So this is a project that the Lagos State government too has invested in. What we are financing, or we are proposing to the developer or the financier, is the reticulation works and the IPP element. So the Lagos State government, like I said earlier, is currently constructing the main water works for Adiyon 2. Adiyon 2 is located inside the same premises with Adiyon 1. It's a 70 million gallon per day water scheme to serve part of Lagos mainland, like the Yanokpaja side, Agege, Alimosho, and the other local governments around the vicinity. It is also to complement the existing Adiyon 1 water scheme. So it's also close to the Iju Waterworks. I think the Iju Waterworks is the first waterworks in Lagos. Am I correct, sir? Yeah. So this is our concept of the Adiyon 2. Adiyon 1 is currently running, like I said earlier. It's also a 70 MGD waterworks. But the major problem of Adiyon 1 is the power issue. So the energy we are proposing for Adiyon 1, for Adiyon 2, we serve is huge enough to serve the energy needs of Adiyon 1 and Adiyon 2. What are we doing to that? That will also enhance the efficiency of Adiyon 1. So this project is a 2-in-1 project. Like we say in the local parlance, we are using one stone to kill two birds. So this is the Adiyon 2 project, and these are projects that are key or key to the policies of Lagos State government in the area of water and climate infrastructure. So let's go to the next project. This is Ebola water scheme. Like the Adiyon 1 is to serve the Lagos mainland. Ebola water scheme is to serve the Lagos Island corridor. And this is where this project has received a lot of reviews from developers and investors. We have proposed a 70 million gallons per day water scheme, but we are currently discussing with a proposed developer who is even saying they can upgrade it to 100 million gallons per day water scheme. We've had a lot of discussions, conversations with the permanent secretary, with the management of Lagos Water Corporation on this project and on Adiyon 2 project too. So these are our financing options. the technology approach, and other issues that relate to the project. And this is what we're doing. Mind you, we've only showcased 3 of our projects. These are not all the projects we are working on. So we have 15 minutes to present. So there's no way we showcase all the 10 projects that we're working on. So these are the projects we have. Can we move to the next slide? What do we focus on? Our projects are focused on enhancing the production and the distribution of municipal water supply for domestic and industrial requirements. And like I said earlier, all our projects are also to ensure reliable power supply for the water infrastructure. Then the third focus is on wastewater treatment and reuse. Then the fourth is the sanitation infrastructure. And the fifth, but not the least, is a nature-based solution. Next slide. So these are our local partners. We've engaged Arctic Infrastructure as a partner. Currently, because we know the terrain in Lagos, we have commissioned a renowned water organization, ARUP, to do a lot of study for us on the local content. We've also commissioned Ernst & Young to do a review. Ernst & Young is a foremost consulting organization to do a review of the tariff structure in Lagos State for us. We've also commissioned DLA Piper, an international legal firm, to do a review of the legal and regulatory framework in Lagos. They'll be submitting their report to us in the next few months. And these are some of the reports we'll be bringing to bear on the Lagos Water Partnership. The Lagos Water Partnership, by the support and the cooperation of the Honorable Commissioner for Water, Environment and Water Resources, and the PS and the SC and the other staff of the ministry, is going to be a catalyst to mobilize private funding into all these projects. Hitherto, when projects are developed for government, most of these projects are normally dumped on the table of the private investors. Now what we are trying to do is to change the narrative. We are trying to tell the private investor that we know you are important. There's no way we'll be shaving your head while you are not there. So we sit down with you and discuss what will make this project bankable. What do you need to finance this project? If we are having investment in the energy sector, in the telecom sector, in the same state, so what do you need? Why are we not having investment into the water and climate infrastructure space in Lagos? It means if it is doable in the telecom sector, doable in the energy sector, it's doable in the water sector. So we are encouraged by the fact that we have received tremendous support from Lagos State government. And going forward, we hope that the Honorable Commissioner will continue to support us in getting these projects on board. We can't continue to do things the same way, the same time, every time rather, and expect a different result. We've got to change the narratives of how we bring investment into water and sanitation space in Lagos. And I also want to thank our developers, proposed developers, and investors who are here. Your ideas, your concept, your critique has strengthened the way we do our work. So can we go to the next slide? Like I said, these are our key success stories in Lagos. By July 9th, we'll be launching what we call the Lagos Water Partnership. It's a collaboration between the government and the private sector, the investors generally, the investors, the developers, and everybody, every organization that relates to water, sanitation, and climate resilient projects in Lagos and in Nigeria. So next slide. These are the risks and the mitigation processes we have undertaken. So, and these are the lessons for future. We've learned that we need to strengthen the local partnership to sustain the buy-in and interest of stakeholders in the state. For our Honorable Elliot is no more here. Okay, maybe I should discuss this with him in private. Can you move to the next slide, please? Thank you very much. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Oguleye. I'm sorry for being absent for your conclusion. Now, at this stage, I will call on the Lagos State Wastewater Management Office. You have a presentation, right? So we'll take your presentation now. And after your presentation, we'll ask the MD Water Corporation, Lagos State, to talk briefly about the challenges of water supply in Lagos. After that, we have 2 more presentations from bankers, and then we will now have the general discussion. Thank you. Can we have the LASWAMO presentation, please? Let's put our hands together from Engineer Femi Adefemi Afolabi as the General Manager, LASWAMO, Lagos State Wastewater Management Office. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The Honorable Commissioner, members of the House of Assembly, SA, present, PS, ladies and gentlemen. So, I've been introduced. My name is Engineer Adefemi Afolabi, and I represent the Lagos State Wastewater Management Office, and I'm the General Manager. So, I'll be doing a pitching of what opportunities we have in the sanitation sector of the state. Please go ahead. Okay, so this is what I'll be discussing briefly. Institutional arrangements of the sector, the level of sanitation in Nigeria, because that will be one of our targets, the sanitation targets for Lagos, the treatment infrastructure status that we have in place, investment opportunities, environmental impacts, and of course, the economic and social benefits. Please go ahead. Okay, so for the Lagos State Wastewater Management Office, so this is our vision, and that's what we work on. Please go ahead. And our mission is to entrench sustainable and healthy wastewater management practice in Lagos State. So that's what we're out to do. And legal framework, we have our mandates from Section 275 and 301, Part 9 of the Lagos State Environmental Management and Protection Law 2017. So meaning that we are set up by law and we have our powers via this law. And of course, we have the Lagos State Water Sanitation and Hygiene Policy 2024. So our mandate clearly as a public sector service provider is to carry out implementation of all wastewater matters in the state, covering implementation of policies, plans, and programs and projects on sewage and septic management. We are also to carry out wastewater consultancy and technical support for the state government on all wastewater matters. Please go ahead. Okay, so this is a summary of sanitation service in Lagos State, in Nigeria, and this is one of the reasons why investment is key and is really required in the sanitation sector, particularly in Lagos State. About 32% of the population of the country use safely managed sanitation facilities. Safely managed meaning that you have toilets and it's being treated and, of course, being disposed properly. And you can see 15% sanitation in Nigeria have basic sanitation, meaning that there's a large deficit of sanitation service in Nigeria as a country. 18% of the populace practice open defecation in Nigeria. And predominantly in Nigeria, we still use pit latrines, 32%, septic tanks, 23%, sewer systems, 8%. Please go ahead. So these are our targets, and this is why we need investments in the sanitation sector. And by 2025, which is by next year, we want to, as a country, we want to eliminate open defecation 2025. So there's a lot of work to do. And by 2030, we want to achieve 100% coverage of improved sanitation with a mix of on-site and sewerage system. 2030. Those are the national targets. And you can see from the WASH norm 2021, that is the data, and that is what we are working towards to achieve. Please go ahead. So in Lagos, this is our data in brief. You can see from the data presented, we have 2.21 million cubic meters per day of wastewater being generated, a population of 23 million and still counting. And on-site sanitation, which is the predominant use, we have septic tank and soak-away pits predominantly used in Lagos, 85% being used. Sewerage connections, we have sludge handling stations where we can treat our fecal sludge 2%. Sanitation deficit, 98%. Meaning that a large proportion of our wastewater is going into the public environment, into the public waters without being treated. So there's a lot of work to be done with these statistics. Open defecation is still at 5% in Lagos. Please go ahead. Okay, so these are 4 major wastewater treatment facilities that we have in Lagos being managed by the agency. We have one at Abeson, which covers the axis of Alimosho, Ipaja. We have Ikwari, it covers some of the estates in Surulere. Alausa wastewater treatment plant, it's located in the seat of government. It covers the whole of the Secretariat, the House of Assembly, the Ikeja City Mall, all connected. We have the PHCN headquarters being connected also. We also have the Okafa wastewater treatment plant at Isolo. Please go ahead. So these are the status of what we have right now for these plants. And as of now, those plants are not functional. We have only functional sewer networks, and to a large extent, we need so much attention on this. So these are investment opportunities waiting for us to pitch. Please go ahead. Okay, so we also have septage handling stations which accept fecal sludge from vacuum trucks that brings sewage, septage evacuated from our homes daily at this disposal point. These are operational at this point in time. Of course, it's required that they be upgraded, to have more efficiency. So these are also waiting for investments. Please go ahead. Okay, so we go into the investment options proper. So we have the Alausa wastewater treatment facility, which is which has a capacity of 10,000 population, and of course could be also upgraded. And it has a 5-kilometer sewer network, which is under rehabilitation as we speak. We have investment opportunity for us to upgrade that facility and to also extend sewers at a cost of 3 billion naira. And our customers as of now at the Alausa sewerage system is the Ikeja City Mall. They are connected to us. We have the Ikeja Electric Distribution Company. We have GT Bank, Alausa, Polaris Bank, and we have 35 ministries, departments, and agencies that are connected to these facilities. And this is an opportunity for investors. Number 2, we have the Abeson wastewater treatment facility, which is a 50,000 population facility and could also expand, and is required. Investment opportunity is about 2 billion. We have, as of now, 16 kilometers of sewer networks and under rehabilitation as we speak, because of course we have people living there. And as of now, in the Abeson sewerage system, sir? Abeson. Yes. Yes, it's a long-term investment, sir. So, of course, I mean, as an announcer, this is as an announcer, but of course, the opportunities are there to expand. That's what I'm saying. If you put in 2 billion, there's a propensity.
At double-digit interest rates, who's going to put his money there?
Well,
Nigerian bank borrows you at double digits. Plus admin charges. I put 2 billion. It's a waste of money.
Yes, sir. Honorable Commissioner, you know that sanitation development, we shouldn't look at it as a monetary alone, but of course,
I agree,
an environmental
but
issue that has to be attended to.
We have to be very realistic too.
Yes, sir.
If you pitch in a private investor, you have to pitch realistically. These numbers are not going to. I'm a businessman before coming to government. I will not put my money in this.
Okay. So, as I've said, sir, if we are able to expand, of course, we are going to get more. But as of now, this is what the infrastructure can yield as of now. But of course, if we put in money,
why
expansion,
must I charge
yes, sir.
1,000 naira per flat?
So those are the issues now, as of now, sir. But of course, if we are to expand our services, we're going to increase tariffs, in conjunction with the Regulatory Commission, and there will be more revenue, sir. So it's a collaboration of how we can put this system together to have more revenue, sir.
I think what the Honorable Commissioner is trying to explain to you, you should tell investors, at this stage now, the capacity of your sewage treatment plant can take this.
Yes.
But we are trying to improve, to increase the capacity, and it will yield this. So that will attract investors.
Okay.
But you are not improving, you are not putting it that you are increasing the capacity. No investor will put his money.
Very noted, sir.
Are you getting what I'm saying here?
I get the point. So
wait, Juspond is coming to invest, right?
Yes, sir.
You guys have been going back and forth and everything. So you think Juspond will invest billions with this kind of return on investment?
No, sir. This is not the actual return on investment, sir. So this is just the revenue if not rehabilitated and expanded, sir. So if it's rehabilitated and expanded and upgraded.
You people should understand that, yes, government is the one doing all these things. That's why you're saying all this.
Yes.
But for an investor, it's not attractive. You're speaking from the government leg of it. Look beyond the government leg of it. You're pitching. This is just like copying and pasting. Let's think outside the box. So me, I'll take my own savings, 2 billion. I'll go and put in treasury bills. And I'll generate more money.
Okay,
so
sir.
you have to think from that perspective of, I'm pitching an investor. He's going to put money into this. He's going to borrow the money from a bank or a financial institution. Double-digit interest rate. Even if it's a single-digit interest rate, realistically, it's not attractive. So what are you doing to expand the scope? Is when you expand beyond being a government entity, or you give them a projection that in this, for instance, this Okafa covers this at the moment, but you can put your outreach to cover this area, bordering Okafa, and then this and this. Let's copy and paste now, okay?
Thank you very much, sir. So let's move on to the next slide. Okay. Okay. All right. So, Honorable Commissioner, we have other investments, and these are other facilities that we have also been expected. So, please go ahead. Okay. So, this is septage management, and this is one of the lucrative aspect of our work: installation of sludge dewatering equipment for fecal treatment. And estimated cost of this equipment is 1.2 billion naira. And estimated revenue, it's 360 million. That is what we have. And operational cost, 50% of the revenue. And other products that could be recovered are fertilizers, soil conditioners, biochar, fish meal, interlocking stones, and compressed natural gas. So this is another investment waiting to be pitched. Please go ahead. Okay, so We also have investment for the Lekki corridor. The Lekki corridor is a 2 million population wastewater treatment facility that is waiting to be installed on that corridor. And the estimated cost is huge, $120 million. And because it will entail the connection of a sewerage system. And this is one of the projects that the RWA is also looking at. And estimated revenue is 14.4 billion per year. This is what we have calculated in a year, 14.4 billion. So operational costs, about 50% of the revenue. And we also have sewage dislodging vehicles that could be purchased. As of now, we have 300 aged trucks. So if someone estimated purchase of the trucks are about 200 million, and estimated revenue is about 54 million. So trucks are also available to be purchased and is required in Lagos. Please go ahead. Okay, so why do we want to pitch? Why do we expect investors to come into this sector? Pollution control is very key. We want to reduce sewage pollution of surface and groundwater. Sustainable governance so that we can effectively coordinate the sector. Climate impacts is key, and the emissions will be reduced largely. We have infrastructures and services, improve access to sanitation facilities, and control treatment, untreated effluent discharge. Then environmental stability, improve state of the environment with livable conditions. Then public health is very key. These are the reasons. Please go ahead. The economic and social impacts, financing and investment, so we can have improved investments, funding for sanitation infrastructure development and revenue. Then there's public education. People will be aware of the dangers of improper sanitation management. Then we can have improved behavioral change. Data, improve the process of database collection will be effective. Then stakeholders' capacity will be improved. We can train our officers, our personnel can be, and other stakeholders. The sewage handlers can be trained. Then the circular economy, there's a huge recovery in this space. Please go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Afolabi. Please, another round of applause for him. Now, again, I will still want to crave our indulgence. I know we are tired of listening to presentations, but we want to present as many options as possible to us as Lagos State government, and we'll be very clear of the types of opportunities that are available and how we can key into them. We'll be hearing, from various organizations. We still have some bankers in our midst that we also like to present, commercial opportunities for the state government. And we also have fund managers from South Africa that also want to share opportunities that abound with us. After these two presentations, I'll invite some of the key, presenters up here, and then we'll now have opportunity of asking them questions, dialoguing, and maybe agreeing on some key steps that we need to take in order to support financing for the water and sanitation sector in Lagos State. So permit me on this note to please invite Mr. Rotimi Teteye, the Senior Vice President, Stanbic IBTC Infrastructure Fund. Let's put our hands together for him, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So I've been told that I have 5 minutes. I'll try and get this done in that time. Hopefully we're able to do that. So my name is Rotimi Tete. I'm a Senior Vice President of the Stanbic IBTC Infrastructure Fund. The fund is managed by Stanbic IBTC Asset Management, a member of the Standard Bank of South Africa Group. The Standard Bank Group happens to be the largest bank in Africa by assets. Please, my presentation. Thank you. All right, so we can commence now. I'll just quickly rush through some basic statistics that I have here for Lagos State, as it were. And I think, as I've touched on this, what's the access like to one safely managed water system, access to safely managed sanitation as well. When you look at what it is, it's actually quite poor, particularly when you then put that side by side against other cities with relatively linked size of population. Next slide. Thank you. So access to safely managed water supply, 55% of the population in Lagos. Only 15% of the homes in Lagos have access to safely managed sanitation, and I think that has been touched on. You may please go to the next slide. Now, putting this side by side, for instance, Cairo in Egypt, depending on who you're listening to, the population of Lagos could range between 17 to 25 million people. And when you take Cairo at 22.6 million, you then look at what's the capacity of water that is already being supplied in Lagos today, being 795,000 cubic meters, versus what you have in Cairo at 1.8 million liters. Then you know we have a lot of work to do. I know a bit was said about the investment that had gone into the sector in Manila yesterday, so I won't bore us down with that. Next slide. All right, I'll just quickly talk about a major investment which Standard Bank had invested in this area. So some years back, Standard Bank had supported a project which essentially developed a water treatment plant, treatment and processing plant out of Lesotho that then supplies the water to South Africa. And obviously, the consumption is also being enjoyed in Lesotho. So it's a joint venture between both governments, but they have gone ahead to do this under a PPP structure, supporting a private sector investor. AFDB had also invested in this. Total project cost came to over 300 million US. And Standard Bank, AFDB, and the governments of South Africa and Lesotho invested in this. The treatment plant has been processing on an annual basis around 1.3 billion cubic meters of water per annum. We'll still talk more in a bit about how the investments can actually go in. Now, thank you. What investment opportunities exist? I think we've talked about a lot of it here this morning, so I won't bother about that. Now, how do you attract commercial investments? So I know we've listened to World Bank and several other DFIs over the course of the last 24 hours. But for us as fund managers and of course by extension the banks that would like to fund projects in this sector, the first thing you want to see is you want to ensure that there is a legal and regulatory framework that supports the sort of business that the project sponsor wants to take on. I.e., and I know there was a conversation earlier about the laws, the enabling acts or laws that supports these investments. I know that Lagos State government is already on a journey to having all this done, but then again, it's one that has to continue as time changes, regulations needs to also keep up with all the requirements as well. So it's not just about having the regulation as well. So there has to be the willingness and the sincerity of purpose on the part of the government to also follow through with what the law they have passed says. Second one, there has to be an accommodation for PPP framework and policies. Essentially, people in our sector would tell you that they would rather lend to a private entity than lend to a government. That's why when you see a PPP that has been structured between the private sector and the government, they end up setting up an SPV, which the government does not entirely control. Because again, it becomes quite difficult when you lend to an entity controlled by government or to government directly. Private investors do not typically want to lend to government. And that's because when there's an issue, you take government to court, government is probably the owner of the court as well. So it becomes a bit difficult for you to enforce your rights. And we believe that having that set up kind of help keep government honest as well. So there has to be scalable development opportunities and backable revenue model. Yesterday, the accelerator team had mentioned the fact that they are currently supporting efforts towards developing feasibility studies for specific projects, and I think that's quite important. And I was also quite impressed yesterday when I learned that Kenya actually has a fund which supports early stage development of projects, because typically a commercial investor in a project would not want to put their money unless they see the feasibility is done and that the project itself is bankable. And there was also the highlight yesterday that going through PPP does not mean you are trying to avoid doing the right thing. It still has to be profitable, it still has to be bankable, as it were. So we believe that having the projects that have bankable revenue model, and in some instances, it could end up being that the government has to support those projects, providing viability gap funding, and I saw that in the presentation, the second before mine, where the government is actually required to provide VGF to make such projects bankable. Government guarantees to de-risk investments, that ties into the VGF I had mentioned. So it's either the government is providing a VGF or also providing a guarantee to ensure that the private sector investors are comfortable and know that they would at least make their money back. And I was quite impressed when the Honorable Commissioner highlighted earlier as well, the fact that there's an option to investors to put their money in treasury bills. Treasury bills today in yields will give you anywhere between 20 and 25%. So the question is, would you rather put your money in treasury bills, or do you support initiatives that help impact the society as well? In as much as we would like to impact the society positively, we also need to make money for our investors. On a final note, there's the stakeholder and community buy-in aspect, which is quite important. I think as a people, we still believe today that water is free gift of nature. Water should not be paid for. Unfortunately, that is not the case, because, again, the only water that is free is the type that would give cholera. The water that is good and safely managed would cost money, because it will cost money to manage the water supply itself, so it would cost money for consumers to be able to access such level of water supply. On the next slide, I'll just quickly put a number of projects that have been done around the world in the sector. One in Cairo, where essentially we've said the population of Cairo is just under 23 million people. And the project was at the time for a 1.8 billion cubic meter per annum supply of water. And it was supported by the AFDB. Then there's the one in Changi, which impressively is one that have saved the government of Singapore a lot of stress with the relationship they previously had with Malaysia, where they used to get their water supply from. Because if you check, you would see that Singapore is not quite fortunate enough in terms of access to water on a natural level. Then there's the one that happened in Kigali, in Rwanda, here in Africa, and it was in 2020. And that provides 40,000 cubic meters of water per day to the populace there. Thank you very much. I guess we can take questions and chats after this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rotimi, for that beautiful presentation. I'm sure the coast is getting clearer, and we're putting down our questions to ask the presenters. Now, just the last presentation before I now invite them forward for us to ask questions. So please join me to welcome Mr. Archie Chiroma. Archie Chiromo, Director, Climate Fund Managers, all the way from South Africa. Please, let's welcome him. Thank you. Now, this is the last presentation. After this, no more presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All protocol observed. Good afternoon, everyone. May you please put up the presentation. Whilst he's doing so, I'd just like to introduce ourselves. We are from Climate Fund Managers. I'm with some of my colleagues, Akitoe, Folu are also in there. We are a fund manager, so we manage various funds, of which one of them is Climate Investor 2, which is dedicated to water and sanitation. This is a $1 billion fund that is jointly managed by FMO, who are the Dutch DFI, and Sanlam Infraworks. I'll just go through the slides quickly. We combine blended finance to have a climate impact whilst also seeking attractive returns. So we have tried to combine the full spectrum of investment requirements within our funds. Next slide, please. That is our geographical coverage. You can see that we cover most of developing markets as well. Next slide, please. That is our management there, and as you can see, we have about quite a significant team that is spread across the developing markets. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide again. Next slide, we'll skip this. This is our renewable energy fund, which is fully invested. Next slide. Which is fully invested. It's almost $1 billion size. Next slide, please. Climate Investor 2, which is the one that I'm referring to, is a water and sanitation fund. This one is a target size of over $1 billion. So far, we've closed on 855 million. As you can see, we operate using a blended finance solution. So there are donors, there are DFIs, there are institutional investors. We use the donor funding for the risk phase of the project. As you'll see in the next slides, there are different phases of the project. We have the development fund. We have 2 pockets of money, which is $100 million in size. And then the construction equity fund is $1 billion, which actually does the investment in the project. And if you can see how it's structured, it has 3 tiers of capital. I won't go into too much detail, but the way it's structured is that it can absorb losses in the project that happen in a sector that is deemed to be risky. Next slide, please. So if you see the different phases in the project, there's the development phase, which is what we've been talking about. There's lack of development capital in water sector. That is to take it from concept up to financial close. And that is the reason, one of the major reasons we're not seeing investment coming into the water sector. There are not enough bankable projects there. And I think my colleague from Standard Bank mentioned that a commercial investor would not want to put in their investment into a project that is not yet deemed to be bankable. And that is why we have that development fund, which is there really to invest in that stage of the project. And then we have a capital investment fund that invests in construction and through into operation as well. Next slide, please. That is just a spectrum of what we invest in, different types of projects. So we deal with water right through inland into ocean, wastewater treatment, desalination, waste to energy, and water supply. Next slide, please. Next slide. It's okay, we'll pass this. This is just talking about the SDGs and what we are trying to impact on and the first close that we've had. Next slide. Next slide. If you can put up the structure, that structure slide. So I just want to give you an example as I close. I think we've talked about the theory of investing in water projects and what it should, what we require and what we need. This diagram is not very clear, but I just wanted to show you an example of a structure, a project in how we invest. So if you look at the middle gray box, that is the equity investors. So that would be a private consortium of investors that are there. And this was for a particular project here in Nigeria. And as you'll see, those investors are, part of our development funding, which is for due diligence and development. And then our construction equity fund, which invests in the capital, will also take shareholding. And there are also other investors that can come in alongside us. We can offer an equity solution throughout the phase, which allows it to be implemented much faster. And then there's a project SPV in which the funding is channeled through. That project SPV will have some form of a concession agreement with the state or with the utility, and that will be over at least 15 to 20 years. It can be an offtake agreement where we agree on a tariff over a period of time, and we allocate responsibilities and risks. And that project SPV will basically have the rights to build, operate that infrastructure over that period. It will have an O&M contract for operations and maintenance, and also an EPC contract. So you are sort of transferring that risk to the private sector, and you're no longer managing it. And the advantage of this is that it allows you to deliver on your projects much quicker. Sometimes public sector is not ideally set up to implement projects, and this allows you to manage the risk that you have, and allow the private sector to manage, the financing, the technical and implementation risk on the project. One thing I wanted to highlight as well as I finish is that one of the impediments to investment is also the lack of network infrastructure within the various communities. We find that there is focus on putting up abstraction, water treatment plants, but then there is no network to actually distribute that water to the consumers. There are no meters, there's no billing system, there's no revenue collection. One of the biggest impediment in the water sector is the limited revenue pool that is there. And that is, someone asked about why energy, why telecoms are seeing more private investment. It's because they can actually quantify what kind of revenue pool will be there and what kind of revenue pool will be used to repay the investment, which for the water sector is quite limited. So I think that's where we need the support of public sector in order to expand that revenue pool, either through increasing tariffs, increasing connections, increasing the network in order to attract private investors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Archie, for that presentation. Now we have come to question and answer session. We have listened and we want clarity. I can see my permanent secretary I think is eager to ask some questions. So I will call forward some of the presenters to please come and take their seat here. Let me first of all call Mr. Femi Ogunleye of the RWA to please come forward. If you are here, where Mr. Femi Ogunleye? Femi Ogunleye, please can you quickly come forward? Let me also invite Awa Diani of World Bank to please come forward quickly. I want to invite the last speaker, Archie Chiromo, to please come forward. Take a seat here. I want to invite Mr. Rotimi Teteye. Please come forward and take your seat. Yes. Thank you very much. Oh, okay, sorry, Mr. John Garrett. I'm sorry. Please, let's put our hands together for them, please. This is the last segment of this session, and we're rounding it up with questions and answers. We want to go away with clarity in our minds. We want to be sure of steps or processes that we may need to go through in order to unlock some of these funds that are somehow seated with you. And we need you to get them released. Our presentation says we need like $6.7 trillion in the next 6 years if we continue this trend. We don't want to continue. We want to see how much of that we can reduce, in the next 6 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity has come for us to ask our questions. I want to manage the time as much as possible. We have been sitting for long, and I want us to, in the next maybe 10 minutes, be ready to leave this hall. So can I see your hands up for those of you that have questions to ask? Let me see your hands up. You have a question? You want to seek clarification from any of them? Can I have, okay, the Honorable Commissioner is number one. Usually, you always want someone to cast the first stone.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for your presentations. So my question will go to my sister from the World Bank. After all said and done, we've seen the numbers. They're not looking very good. But we are not discouraged as a people, as a state. How can the World Bank help us in a very creative and realistic way? Maybe by blended finance or whatever. Direct financing to water. That is just a direct question. How can the World Bank, yes, we are a sub-national. They have done something creative for them in Kenya. That's a national. But how can they help a sub-national in a very creative way to solve this problem? Water, if you fix the water, you're technically fixing the sanitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think you can answer the question. Let's number 2 person get ready.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Maybe just to put it in context of how we work as the World Bank. We have IBRD, IDA, IFC, and MEGA. And going forward, as I mentioned in my presentation, we try to work as an institution as a whole. Currently, in the water sector in Nigeria, only the World Bank part is working, right? Like IBRD, IDA. Actually, just IDA, no, because of the level of financing. So we have an investment of currently $700 million in 7 states. But it was supposed to be a national program. I'm sure you heard about it, so Wash. And the idea of it was we're starting with these 7 states, but at midterm, which is currently where we are in 2024, the program could be expanded to other states that needed to express their interest to the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, meeting certain criteria that were set by the ministry. So we don't directly work at the subnational level. We work through the government, so through the federal and then through the states. But what we want to do also, just realizing that the funds we have are not enough. $700 million is a drop in Nigeria, let alone in just 7 states. And that we need to attract other financing. But the reality of it is, this was approved in 2021. We are in 2024, and it's supposed to close in 2027. We only spent $80 million out of those $700 million in 7 states. And we also, out of those $80 million, $50 million of it is an advance. And this was supposed to be a program for results, meaning the states would budget money deliver the activities, reach result that would be verified by an independent verification agent, and afterwards the disbursement would happen. And the way it was structured was to help with some of the challenges we have in the sector in Nigeria related to functionality and sustainability of the sector. So the situation as it stands is not favorable for us to even start thinking about expanding. We're thinking about how do we resolve the issues we currently have with these 7 states. Of course, we're open to expanding it now that we are at midterm, so Lagos State could already start those discussions with the Federal Ministry of Water Resources. But we also know we cannot do it alone with just debt, right? Like all presentations showed that we need different forms of financing. But there are critical issues that need to be fundamentally fixed in this sector if we want to attract financing but also sustain it. And I think those discussions have been happening with the regulation part, with the policies part. But one key word in this sector we need to all remember also is accountability. Like who is accountable for this money being put in it? And who is accountable for services being provided? Who is accountable for regulation to also be done? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Awa, the Honorable Commissioner. I hope you are. But let me say that, so there is kind of a hope, for Lagos to get cash and benefit from what you have, right?
This is a federal government program.
Yes.
I cannot speak about it. But what I'm saying is currently at midterm,
yeah,
we're starting to speak to other states, yes, to start the assessment of other states.
Okay, you are speaking to Lagos State now.
They
right?
haven't, we haven't
Okay,
started.
no, we are knocking at the door now. Yeah. Okay, the Honorable Commissioner is here. So we're going to knock on the door of the World Bank very soon, all right?
No,
Thank you very much.
The door of the federal ministry.
Yes,
Don't
through the federal ministry.
Yes.
Don't worry, through the federal ministry. I hope you have rapporteurs that are really capturing what is being agreed here now. Thank you. I think number 2 here. Hands are increasing now. So that's number 2. Number 3 this way. Number 4, number 5, number 6, 7. That's all. No more. I asked you to raise the hand earlier. You didn't. Okay, number 2, sir.
Thank you. My question goes to Mr. Rotimi Teteye. From the perspective of Stanbic IBTC Infrastructure Fund, what would you typically like to see for water projects, especially PPP projects, that will make them bankable? That's it.
All right, thanks. All right. So first, I think I'll like to quickly speak to what the World Bank just said about the soil wash and the 7 states. I'm not surprised to know that the fund that has been allocated for that is almost still untouched. At the time, we had engagement with a particular state, one of the 7 states, and we're willing to support them because they did not have the cash upfront to invest. We're willing to support them, and then we'll have a structure where the payment from the World Bank can then go into paying back. But the states were not interested. They had said they wanted to directly invest in the projects. Unfortunately, they did not make the investments. They didn't access the funds, and their people do not get the benefits for what it is that the federal government wanted them to benefit from. Now, specifically to your question, and going back to what I had said in my presentation, first is the legal and regulatory framework, the policy trust. Does it support what it is that the government wants to do? If it does, are they able to bring the private sector into it? Because for us as providers of private capital, it's always easier, an easier conversation to have when you are investing in a project through the private sector. So this could be in the form of a PPP, or it could be direct investment in the project by a private sector-led initiative, with the government obviously providing the enabling environment for such. And going beyond this, obviously, is the bankability of the project. We say that 90% of projects fail infrastructure and major projects, they fail in Nigeria mainly because they are badly prepared or they are not prepared at all. And when I say preparation of projects, it would mean that what is the early stage development that has been done? Do you have a feasibility? Is it bankable? Do you have a business plan that actually supports what it is you want to do? Now, this requires investment. Typically, private sector investors would not want to make this investment. That's where the government comes in. You have a sector like water. The government's responsibility in this case will be to, and I see a lot of that ongoing from the presentations we've seen here, trying to do a lay of the land, showcase what it is that is possible, and that goes to the feedback from the commissioner, the honorable commissioner as well. You want to show investors that if you invest X, there's possibilities to make Y. And this has to be backed up by data, not just plug in the numbers from anywhere. If that is done, then it's easier for private capital to come in. Failing which, the structure they have in Kenya, where there's already a fund that helps provide capital to do such studies. And then you can come to private investors to say, this is it. Investors at that point, when the bankability is proven, they are happy to repay the capital that had gone into preparing the project. Because it's capital that gets lost if no financial close is reached. So nobody's going to be willing to put their money into it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Rotimi. So it's becoming very clear now that the legal regulatory framework needs to be well defined. And going forward also, very clear business model, to be developed and presented, with very clear facts and figures that we can calculate for an investor, to be interested. Thank you very much for that response. Yes, number 3, please.
Thank you. Excuse my very little knowledge about Lagos water supply and sanitation. My question is on cost recovery.
So who are you directing the question to?
I guess the rest of the panel, if they are in a position to
Okay,
comment.
any one of them.
One
All right.
is how do you recover, is cost recovery for water services, potable water, and sanitation bundled? In Manila, it is bundled. One water bill, sanitation is part of it. It's a surcharge. And the collection rate is very high. So that's one, I guess, best practice that Honorable Minister can probably explore. Number 2 is, yes, 1.3 billion investment gap. Please, 1.3 billion in need, it does not translate to 1.3 billion in investment opportunity. Projects must be prepared. For what is the risk allocation? Who handles right of way? Okay? Land acquisition, those stuff, very, very important. For investors to invest, government has to prepare the projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody has input to that? Okay, one thing that I know for Lagos, I think we have separated the water is separated from the wastewater and the sewage. So they have their different, models, and the billings are also separate. I guess in Manila you have a water and sewage corporation, together, which, yes, one bill. Yes, because you have one utility that provides both services, and so it's one bill that goes to the customer. Okay, so but in Lagos here we have separated the two, and we want to see how efficient each one of them, can be. We are also aware of multiple bills, going to the same household. You get your bill for electricity, you come again, a separate bill for sanitation, a separate bill for water supply, maybe another bill from, other sources like that. So I guess maybe that's another way we can look at it. How do we harmonize the payment of bills? Thank you very much. Number 4, quickly. Yes, please.
All right, thank you. My name is Ernest. I'm coming from the market aspect.
Are you directing your question to any of them, please?
Is an open
It's
question
general.
to all
Okay,
of them.
all right.
Yeah, they haven't listened to them. They are professionals in the field. So my question goes like this. Having studied the market over the years, we are into sales of these treatment equipment that the masses are coming to buy to use to do the household treatment, which is what is in vogue in Nigeria. And having studied that, they are having difficulties because when they buy their membrane, because of the shallow treatment they are getting, the membrane easily blocked. Now, looking at it from the upstream is the government coming in to do this water treatment for the household sectors. If there is any study that's allowed, because living in Lagos, we've understood our environment because of we have estates and we have estate management. Some of these people are providing water for themselves. Is there any study that allows the PPP investment to work with these estates in looking at what they already have on ground, developing it from that aspect, and also helping the investors to recover their money when they have made investment? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I guess you are an investor. You already have some products in the market that you sell, right? That's right? So you're looking for opportunities where the government can facilitate you to provide that service in some estates and enable you to recover? Sorry, so what exactly are you asking?
There are estate management already that provide water for themselves. Now, the government having a bigger system that provides this water. Now, investors coming in to invest in government, I'm looking at the aspect that the government can work with the estate management as downstream, while the government is the upstream. Is there a study, because they are the ones, is there a study that allows something like that? That's the question.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Yes, you want to respond to that? Okay, please give her the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting question, and I think it speaks to the idea about market-based approaches to, financing sanitation primarily, but even household water. We've shown the statistics that majority of the investment is coming from households right now for the downstream, what he's describing as the downstream, which is very much an important part of sanitation as the major infrastructure for treatment, collection, and safe disposal. So I think there is an opportunity there. Maybe the economists and the funders can help us elaborate more on that, and then particularly the government can also begin to look at that source of revenue in terms of organizing it in a way, a manner that it begins to contribute significantly to the development of, I can speak for sanitation, and maybe for water going forward, because whether we like it or not, our country right now, without the public infrastructure, a lot of the services are being delivered by, other businesses, like the property and estate sphere. So we need to really look at that. I just want to lend a voice to that, and thank you again.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you for providing that clarity. I don't know, Mr. Rotimi, do you think you have such an opportunity with you?
Thanks. I'll just quickly, and I'll let others chip in as well. So for us, and I'm sure I probably speak for Archie and some other fund providers, if you take it on an estate basis, it will never be up to a transaction size that would interest us. Then again, because if you then aggregate, if you have a point and it's been aggregated, of course, that's where the government comes in, if at all the government is interested. It could then become large enough to interest financiers. But on a general note, we tend to shy away from investments that does not offer scale. Question is that something that can be scaled? The answer will probably be no. An estate is an estate. Once you finish providing water to that estate, that's what it is. You don't provide additional water for the sake of providing additional water. So the scale is the challenge.
All
And
right.
as much as we encourage the big-sized power plants, we also encourage project sponsors, be it government or the private sector, to as much as possible invest in systems that are scalable. I.e., you don't have to build the whole system today. If you're able to build a quarter of it and you start, you go into cash flow with that, then you continue to build out from that point.
Thank you very much.
Just
for
to
that
add on to what Rotimi is saying, I agree with what he said, but there are solutions that we can also look at where, this is done on a widespread basis. Instead of just looking at one estate, you need to combine several estates, and that needs to sit under some holdco of some sort that an investor then can come into. We are doing something in Senegal which is very similar, where they've implemented a mini grid solution into the water space, and we are able to invest in a holdco company that has over 300 of these mini grid sites, and that makes it more interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Iowa, please.
Thank you for the question. So he asked for studies. So there are examples worldwide of what we like to call citywide inclusive water supply. I know citywide inclusive sanitation is more known, but there is a big push for more decentralized solutions and more innovative solutions, because we know that the burden cannot be put on government alone, although government has a role to play, especially when it comes to regulation and policy setting. But when it comes to service delivery, we have examples in South Asia, in Latin America, where you have small-scale service providers that are working more at that level. So you could look into that.
Thank you very much. Can we go on to the next question? Number 5? Yes, number 5 here. Can we have the mic to him, please? No, number 5 is here. I have 6 and 7 here.
I stand on the existing protocols. My name is Engineer Toneski Antonio Nwafe, General Manager, Delta State Small Towns Water Supply and Sanitation Agency. I have 3 questions, one for Lagos State consultant on suit. Maybe the World Bank expert will also have some answers to give. The man from climate change fund will also have some to answer. In the first place, I came to this water conference with the understanding that Lagos State, we heard some years back, the 25 years I spent in the water sector, they were doing some things right. We borrowed from them from Delta State, and I believe that by now they should have improved. So I came here to learn from what Lagos State is doing to domesticate it to Delta State. I also came with understanding that Lagos State is a home for every family in Nigeria. If we can get it right in Lagos State, then all Nigerians can benefit. So, however, my first question is to the Lagos State consultant. I was looking at funding. We talk of private funding, public funding, maybe local funding. I grew up in Lagos State. I saw the Molwe transport system. A lot of money is being paid through transportation. Don't you think, why we just expecting begging donors to come to Lagos State? I expect Lagos State to be a revenue generating from this local transportation. So the question now is that, how far have we gone to focus on those local sourcing of funds, utilize them properly, then make it attractive? I expect the donors to come begging than we begging them. It's an area because a lot of fund is a massive populated environment. A lot of transactions are going on. Like, for example, the model transportation, I was discussing with my colleague in the hotel room. We can just use an online system of paying for model transportation. That fund can be controlled, can be monitored, and all goes to the government fund. That is that. Then, for the World Bank, you talk of World Bank in terms of accountability, and maybe telling the state that we want to move to the next state or encourage that state. The question I want to ask, the 7 states you are working, I don't know, during the financial agreement you prepared, was there no room for Will it not reform monitoring that a budgeting release, and implementation monitoring in a financial agreement? Because when funds are just released, maybe it can be in a form of advance, and you allow the local authority to manage it. We are expecting to see what you are saying. What are you doing? Is there no part of the agreement? Because if you get it wrong, the first 7 states, any other new states coming in, you are going to have the same challenge. They are going to the climate fund. I overheard you mention the last template, Don Domingo's project, as one of your proposed projects. I remember about 20 years ago, that project was started, and every year 2.5 billion was being budgeted and released. What is actually happening? If you come from data say, I'm concerned that kind of money will be released for a long time. What is the issue? What is the issue about that Domingo's project that up to now we are not delivering it on as planned? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Femi, please answer.
Thank you very much for your question. While I was presenting, I was saying one thing we've got to learn in making investors believe in projects in the water and sanitation space is to know how to present our projects in a way that will be bankable. And I remember that the officer from Stanbic Infrastructure Funds mentioned this. Because the investors have options, the investor can decide to put his money in treasury bill and earn 18%, 20%. So what the investor will be looking at is, what are the options that are better than investing in treasury bills? We must, for project sponsors and the development guys, we must learn to present projects to the investor in a way that will make them interested in financing or funding the projects. You must present the revenue streams that will show ability and willingness to repay. And you must present it in a way that will be directly attached to the projects. For example, we have a project on the mainland part of Lagos, Addition 2 Waterworks, and we have another one on the island, the Igbola Waterworks. The Igbola Water Scheme is to service the Lekki, Aja, VI, Ikoyi, Marina Corridor. The revenue streams for Igbola Waterworks or Water Scheme will be different from what you are looking at for Addition 2 Water Project. Addition 2 Water Project is on the mainland. For Addition 2 Water Projects, you may be discussing things like reintroduction of the hitherto abandoned public water taps. You could be talking to the CSOs. You could be talking to the landlords association. What do they call them? By my statistics, Lagos State government have over 4,000 registered landlord association. I don't think that's the name. CDAs, Community Development Associations. And they are currently handling security issues. We all know that. So if they can handle security issues, why can't they handle revenue issues that relates to water? So your ability to understand the local terrain and to understand the project itself will make the investor get interested. That revenue or financing option, the revenue streams, may not be applicable to the Igbola Water Scheme. The guys in Igbola that will be serviced by Igbola Water Scheme, maybe the big boys in Lekki, Aja, VI, can you ask a resident of VI, or you say the CDs in VI should introduce public water taps? Can you do that? And you get revenue option. So your ability to present some of these projects in a bankable way that will show willingness, ability to pay, we make the investor get interested in those projects. We've discussed some of these concepts with Lagos Water Corporation. We call it introduction of public water taps. They said it's water fountain. Whatever the name, it doesn't matter. The most important thing that the consumer should get water, should get potable water. If we have a CDA who requests for 5 public water taps, in, let me say, Agege for the Adiyon 2 water scheme. And the Lagos Water Corporation does not need to go to individual houses to get his tariff. You meter that. The CDAs get you tariff. You agree with the CDA. I will supply you water, maybe 20 gallons per day between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. How the CDA gets its money does not concern. They will get. There's a way they are getting paid for the security guys in their local. So your ability to understand the project, understand the environment, shows a lot.
Thank you, Femi. Thank you, Mr. Femi. Sorry, I have to cut you short. If I give you the time, you will go the next 1 hour. You want to have a few lines?
Yes, just.
All right, thank you.
Engineer Tony, yeah, the quick answer is yes. The legal agreement takes that into consideration. And you have to know also, for these past 3 years, we've learned enough for what happened in the 7 states to go back and review the criteria to even onboard the new states. So, for instance, what we call readiness back then may not have been the best criteria to ensure that once the financing is available, we can get the money dispersed.
Thank you very much. John?
Thank you. Just to add, really, that I think that there is huge interest in Lagos, and so many, both from the public institutions and private institutions. And at WaterAid, we've found that even just working here for 1 or 2 years, we've already got 8 or 9 corporations who are interested in funding projects. So. And also just to look at the green bond, which is in preparation at the moment by the Debt Management Office, there's a very high level of confidence that that bond will receive interest from investors who are keen to realize environmental and social and governance objectives. So I think that environment, we talk about the enabling environment, I think a lot of it is there already. It's just a matter of building on it. And I think the opportunities for Lagos are so strong, not just because it's a very big market of 25 million people, but I think also just the opportunities to attract finance from private sources and from public sources is there, and it's really a matter of just building on the governance, building on the leadership. I think 85% or so of revenue for the state is generated internally. And I think building on that is going to create that environment in which many others, both from public sector and private sector, are going to want to come in as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much, John. A round of applause for all our discussants up here, please. I am sorry, I'm overwhelmed with time and I've been asked to end this session. I'm sorry, we'll not be able to take further questions beyond this point. At this point, can we please appreciate our presenters? Can we please stand up? Let the front row please join us up here for group photograph. Please, the front row, quickly join us up here for the Honorable Commissioner, the Permanent Secretaries, all of you. Please join us up here for a group photograph. Quickly, please. Quickly. Thank you very much. We appreciate you all. We can take our seats. They want you here they want you to join the photograph. Join. been told you are not spending the money, Wally. Me, we are moderate to panels. I don't go there. I go there. Okay, drop the panelists. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. A round of applause for everybody. At this stage, I will invite Dr. Shubo Wale, the conference chair, to come up for the closing ceremony. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you, sir. But not the only this. Email. Email. Yes. Who is coming up? Can you invite one immediately? Which of the commissioners? Tokumbo Wahab. Did I get the name right? Good afternoon, distinguished participants, invited speakers. We just want to thank every one of us for our active participation since yesterday. We are just about to round up, and then I just want to give some short tips about the communique of the conference. Please, can we settle down? Those that are in the corridor, let's have our seats for just 5 minutes. We will close very soon, and then we go for our tea break. Please, let's have one house. Thank you very much. Since yesterday, we have been doing very exhaustive discussions on financing water and sanitation for a greater Lagos. And here is just some briefs on the communique, things that we are able to gather together, and what we needed to do as a state and even as a country, because there are 15 states of the Federation here. We have people from 10 countries of the world, and we have participants from 6 continents of the world. I will not read everything, however, let me just go to the highlights. We have 750 people that attended this conference physically, of which you are one of them. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. 750 participants physical, and then we have 355 that attended virtually across 10 countries from 6 continents and from 15 states of the Federation. Okay, several dignitaries are here, including Mr. Governor himself, and the Deputy Governor was also here to give the highest level of support. We also have the Honorable Minister of Water Resources, Federal Ministry of Nigeria, in person of Engineer Joseph Telumo Use. He was with us up till this morning. And we have the head of service of Lagos State, Mr. Bodia Guru, present. We have the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab. We have the Permanent Secretary in the Office of Environmental Services, Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Omobolaji Gaji. And then we have Engineer Mahmoud Olakunle Adegbite, the Permanent Secretary and Office of Drainage Services and Water Resources in the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources of Lagos State. Of course, we also had distinguished Otumba Bimbo Ashiru, who is the chairman of Odua Group. We have the Consul General of Denmark, the Consul General of the Kingdom of Netherlands. We have the Mission Director of USAID Nigeria. We have several guest speakers. The conference partners include Lagos State Government, Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, USAID, DevAfrique, Water Aid, Stanbic IBTC Bank, the World Bank, Kifwa from Kenya, the Kifwa Water Fund. We have the UNICEF, Open Capital, Resilient Water Accelerator, CLTS Foundation Global, Eco Hotel and Suite, 2ML Consultants, the Climate Fund Managers, NBC, Coca-Cola, Seaway, Jovac, LASA, Lashma, LASEPA, so many Lagos government-owned agencies, LOMA, Popul, and SHF. Some of the observations that were made during the conference include the following. Number one, Lagos is a hub for Nigeria, and if Lagos gets it right, Nigeria as a whole will get it right, because Lagos will become a benchmark. Two, financing of water and sanitation is a critical challenge that is not only facing Lagos, but the entire country, meaning that private sector participation is low, because presently everything is more or less government driven. And from this conference, we learned that just about 9% of total investment in water is in water and sanitation companies, compared to power and telecommunication sectors, which had higher percentage level of investment. Three, climate change has definite impact on water and sanitation, in which about 90% of its impacts are water related. This is a big challenge globally, and we ourselves have so many levels of vulnerability and less adaptability. Hence, we need to develop mitigation and adaptation strategies and implement them. Four, a major challenge is the need for investment in robust water infrastructure to tackle security issues. And five, establishing and enforcing comprehensive regulation to govern water usage and conservation remains a significant challenge. And therefore, policy must be geared towards addressing some of the challenges, particularly with respect to overexploitation of our water resources. Six, fostering effective public-private partnership is also key, and private sector is reluctant. Based on the observation of this conference, the private sector is reluctant to invest in the water sector due to some government policies and also high risk of water projects with low investment, return on investment. This is was found to be as a result of large percentage of non-revenue water. Seven, gender participation in water and sanitation is presently low at the decision-making and managerial levels. However, continuing progress is being made to involve more women. Some of the key recommendations of this conference includes: one, after so much deliberations, it is necessary to encourage public-private partnership with incentives. Also employ innovative financing such as green bonds, improve the investment climate by streamlining regulation, and build local business capacity. Funding and financing sources for water and sanitation using the 3 T's mechanism, tariff, transfers, and taxes, could also be adopted. Number two, developing adaptive strategies to manage the impact of climate change on water resources and building community resilience, which is crucial to mitigate the effect of climate-induced water crisis. This is very pivotal if we have to get it right with SDG 6. 3, upgrading existing systems and implementing advanced technologies such as smart water metering system is key. GIS application for proper water supply network are essential for efficient water distribution and management. 4, development of a comprehensive regulatory policy for water and sanitation services in Nigeria by ensuring alignment with federal and state policies, and also to enhance the autonomy of water service providers by establishing clear legal framework and governance standard. 5, it's also recommended that leveraging expertise and resources through collaboration between government and the private sector and the international organization is essential for driving innovative solutions for water security. At this juncture, I want to thank, these are just a brief summary of our deliberations and discussion. And so at this junction, I want to thank all participants that are physically present. I want to appreciate our dignitaries, our invited speaker, for helping us to arrive at these recommendations. Like the governor said yesterday, enough of talk. It is time to act. Now, in closing, we have to close now so that we go take a tea break. We want to especially appreciate the executive governor. We want to appreciate the executive governor for his immense support for making LIWAC 5 very successful. So, and on behalf of the executive secretary, we want to appreciate all our speakers for answering us and ensuring that this conference is a success. So on behalf of the local organizing committee, we want to appreciate every one of us. Can we give ourselves a round of applause, please? It has been a rewarding 2 days of frank discussions. And I want to believe that the actionable points that we have arrived at, we will go back to implement. So without much ado, I would like to call on the special advisor to the Lagos State Governor, Engineer Rotimi Akodu, to come and give the closing remarks on behalf of the state government. Sir, you are welcome, sir. Let's appreciate him as he comes with a rap.
Yeah, once again, good afternoon, everyone. I believe he had done it already. He has given us this, and he has appreciated those that participated. And I think it's just to adopt everything he has said. There's nothing to say again. But also, I'd like to appreciate Mr. Governor and the Deputy Governor for giving us this opportunity. He has been with us in the Ministry of the Environment and all our agencies. He has ensured that all that we need to succeed has been provided for. And that is why you heard him yesterday that enough of the talk show. He's expecting actions. The citizens want to see, actionable, events happening in Lagos State. And also, Mr. Deputy Governor, we need to appreciate him. Where you see Mr. Governor, you also see the Deputy Governor there. And they're always, together, supporting this cause. The Honorable Minister that came all the way from Abuja and the national team, we also thank them for sparing the time to be here and the entire team. We're also honored with the distinguished participants, the speakers, the panelists, and the quality debate or contributions that came forth. It's something that we could just grab and run with. Is to say we have wasted time here, obviously we will be deceiving ourselves. The time spent here is worth the while. And we appreciate them. Those of them from within the country, from within Lagos State and from abroad. Honestly, we always want to look forward to having you again and again. The quality of information that this conference has again shown out is something that, if really, I'm marrying that to what Mr. Governor expects us to do. You see, when I read through the Honorable Executive Secretary's speech, I saw the various, conferences from LUAC 1, LUAC 2, LUAC 3, LUAC 4, and LUAC 5 now. And the objectives of each of those, conferences, from, I could just check, I think I wrote one. LUAC 1 was talking about strengthening regulation. That's 2020. LUAC 2, 2021, talks about adequate budgetary provisions for watch sector. Then institutionalizing and strengthening, institutional strengthening, promoting private sector participation. I picked that from our message. Then the LUAC 3 talks about, that's 2022, talks about the political will to implement private sector participation in water policy for Lagos State. Then improved rejigging the Lagos Water Corporation as well as LASWACO. That LUAC 3 dealt with that. Then LUAC 4 highlighted urgent need to develop master plan for water and sanitation in Lagos State. Then to strengthen fecal sludge management, community engagement, operational efficiency. And now, this very one, we see, develop an innovative financing model to achieve sustainable water and sanitation solutions. So basically everything that we need, if you check from 1 to 5, had been taken care of, detailed. So what Mr. Governor is expecting of us now is by the time we are coming for LUAC 6, he wants to see things on ground. He wants to see that Lagos is actually, where this is the final one. Talking about financing. Once you are done with the financing, he expects us to go out and actualize everything that we have, that the conference has dealt with from LUAC 1 to LUAC 5. I want to appeal to our great audience to please kindly have this in mind, that as we disperse, as we bring the conference to a close, that we should begin to, because we've listened to the various challenges, in raising finance for sanitation and for water and sanitation, projects in Lagos State. And we have to, that's an ordeal to surmount. That is a challenge we have to all play around, such that in the next 365 days, we want to impress Mr. Governor. We want him to come here and launch projects and do groundbreaking and see things happening the way he actually desired it. I cannot say we have wasted time from 1 to 5. If you look at the various topics that the conference had dealt with, these are germane issues. These are necessary structures to be in place before you can call in, financiers to come to your aid. They have to see all of those things, and which is what they've done. So I must please, let me appreciate Madam Adekweju. She had done well. I really have sat down and listened to everything said. These are the things we need. But now, the order, I appeal to everyone here. Let us cross it together. Because there are many purviews before Mr. Governor. Transport is there. Health is there. He can only give you support. and he can't support you better than what he has done here. So it is now for us to convert that support to actionable, projects that when it comes, Minister of Environment, I will be proud of what we have done. So once again, thank you so much for coming. Unfortunately, Honorable Commissioner is not here. The PS, the entire Laswako team, the local organizing team, the Minister of Environment as a whole, Lagos State, please, we appreciate your coming. Thank you so much. And we pray that as you go back to your various destinations, you will find favor. And we hope to see you again at LIWAC 6. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable SA to the Governor on Environment. So we can now rise to proceed for our tea break before we depart. Those who will be interested in taking pictures can also use this stage for their pictures, if you so desire. Thank you so very much. But please let us be orderly. We have two sections, to your left and then to your right. Let us be orderly. We have more than enough to take care of everyone. But please let us give room for the VIPs to lead the way. Ushers, kindly organize participants to take their tea break. Thank you. See you at LIWAC 6 by God's grace.